Jessica Levinson.
It's the FBI acknowledging that they screwed up, and they screwed up big, and that there were real consequences to their lack of action.
Gambling on your own team is a big no-no.
The NBA has banned Toronto Raptors player Jonte Porter. It's after they found out he disclosed confidential information about his health to sports bettors. They say he even wagered thousands of dollars on games, betting on his own team to lose.
CBS's Matt Piper with the details. S&P futures are up 12. Dow futures ahead 47. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Dom Giordano.
In Northeast Philadelphia, you ought to be able to play a high school football game. Well, apparently they don't believe you can. It's not safe for the parents, the students, the referees, the players, and everybody else. Come on, Father Judge and Lincoln. There's a new mayor. Don't you think you would go to Sherelle Parker and say, here's our problem. What can you do to ensure safety? Is a mayor going to say, that's just the way the world is now? Well, then why the hell isn't Philadelphia just shut down then?
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind. The new Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with new Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Spring is the time to bring a breath of fresh air into your home with a bouquet of irresistible deals on home renovations at Colonial Marble and Granite. Right now, get a free sink and countertop when you buy a bathroom vanity. So get renovating and watch your beautiful home blossom. Sale ends April 22nd. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. That's colonialmarble.net for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm David Asman.
I'm Janice Dean.
I'm Jimmy Fallon, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, April 18th, 2024. I'm Dave Anthony.
Is NPR really considering all things? One of its editors has resigned after publicly calling out the media organization for liberal bias.
It's another product of the 60s, and it's a change from reporting to advocacy and choosing subjects and the treatments of those subjects to make points and drive an agenda, as opposed to telling good stories.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. 2 Colorado counties are suing the state over sanctuary policies for migrants after officials in the state's biggest city said they welcomed in more migrants per capita than any other during this crisis.
They're going to be a more generous draw for illegal immigrants than New York, Chicago, LA. And they are already realizing that they're running out of resources. They are bankrupting the city of Denver.
And I'm Jason Rantz. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
A senior editor at NPR has gone radio silent. After having a lot to say, perhaps too much, Yuri Berliner quit after 25 years at National Public Radio because of the controversy he caused with an essay he wrote in the Free Press. Critical that NPR, he says, has shifted to the left with progressive or liberal bias, saying things really changed after Donald Trump won the 2016 election, and everyone at NPR was shocked and in despair. And even though he voted for Hillary Clinton...
To me, it revealed that we didn't really understand a lot of what was going on in America, that we were out of touch.
That's what Yuri Berliner told the Barry Weiss podcast, Honestly, April 9th.
We were trying to damage his presidency, to even find anything we could to harm him. And I think what we latched on to was Russia collusion.
He says they had Congressman Adam Schiff on air all the time. And what the Democrats said about the Trump campaign being tied to Russia became the drumbeat of NPR news reports.
And then the Mueller report came out, and no collusion. And, I think we the story kind of disappeared.
Berliner was also critical of NPR dismissing the Hunter Biden laptop story out of the 2020 election and their biased coverage related to COVID's origins. NPR's top editor says managers there disagree strongly with Berliner and proudly stand behind their work. Before resigning, NPR suspended Berliner for failing to secure approval to do work for other news outlets.
I think it's a really sad commentary that he felt that he couldn't remain there anymore.
Howard Husick used to be a reporter at WGBH in Boston. He's now an opinion contributor to The Hill and a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. From 2013 to 18, Howard was on the board of directors at the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
He was disparaged by the chief executive there for writing what he did. Instead of what she should have said was, we take his remarks seriously. We're going to reflect on them as we consider our mandate to cover issues that concern all American and reach all Americans geographically and culturally. And they should have just reflected on his remarks and not disparaged him.
At the same time, what his criticism is gets right at their integrity. And people, when you criticize someone's integrity, you're going to get pushback.
Integrity in terms of, I think he criticized their news judgment, and we can call that integrity.
But clearly it was taken personally by his colleagues.
It was taken personally, and they shouldn't have taken it personally, because he went out of his way to say, I'm loyal to NPR, I believe in NPR, I want to try to improve NPR, and these are my constructive remarks. And they should have been taken in that spirit. And true reporters, true curious, open-minded reporters would have said, maybe he has a point, or maybe he doesn't, but I'm going to think it over, not I'm going to push back.
You've been in the news business a long time, Howard. Do you find that is the case, that reporters are no longer curious in a way that it may not be what I believe, but let's explore?
Yes, there's been a change, and the change, it's another product of the 60s, and it's a change from reporting to advocacy and choosing subjects and the treatments of those subjects to make points and drive an agenda, as opposed to telling good stories. And good stories, it isn't just that you want to tell both sides because you're being fair, although that's That's a good thing.
It's important, yeah.
Telling both sides makes the stories more interesting. You're in the story business, so you should be curious. You should want to have not just both sides, but as many sides as you can imagine and find.
Are you a listener now? Howard, do you listen to NPR?
It's harder for me to listen now. I do it dutifully. It's hard because you do sense an agenda, which is Uri Berliner's point. And it's a crying shame because there are 1,000 local public radio stations, 1,000. Every one of those can be an ear to the ground about what's going on in America. When the drug epidemic had yet to surface, NPR should have been the first because they have the local stations in Akron and Southern Ohio and Kentucky and West Virginia. When the subprime mortgage crisis was hitting, they should have been the first. Like Uri Berliner, I regret its decline and its failure.
You had worked, of course, as a board member for public broadcasting. So with NPR, this is not the same as other news organizations because NPR gets funding from the federal government. People who want to take that away are often met with the response of, well, it's less than 1% of NPR's budget even comes from that, and they're dismissive that that's an issue. Are they right?
No, they're not right, because here's how the system works, and you have to be an insider to understand this. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting receives a grant from the Congress. It's about $540 million a year right now, and it distributes that money. One of the ways in which it distributes is to send it to local public broadcasting stations, radio and television, all around the country through what they call community service grants. Then those stations have to pay NPR and PBS for the programs that they run.
Okay.
So the money goes out to Peoria, but then it goes back to Washington. And so that's federal money being recycled. Maybe it's not a direct grant, but it might just as well be.
Okay. So the money that NPR gets for its programming that its affiliates buy, a lot of that money comes from the federal government.
Absolutely. Each station gets at least an average about 15% of its operating budget from the federal government, and some get more. And they have to not only buy programming, they have to pay dues. They're a network, and to be in the network, you gotta pony up.
So what do you think should happen? I mean, this debate comes up every time when public broadcasting is an issue in Congress. What do you think should be done with it? Some people think that this funding should go away, although, interestingly, Uri Berliner, in his resignation note that he sent on Wednesday, wrote, "I don't support calls to defund NPR."
Yeah. I mean, the Trump administration proposed zeroing out the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. That effort failed. Republicans would not support it. A lot of Republicans like their little local public broadcasting station. They like their little talk shows that they get to appear on. So there's more resilience to the funding for public broadcasting than you might think. And so I think our best hope is to change the rules so that there's some provision that local stations have to provide local news. They can't just recycle NPR news.
Okay.
There has to be some provision that there's local content produced. And they should have to report every year to the board that I used to serve on. Who are you reaching? Are you reaching the broad cross-section of America? Are you reaching just the blue cities and the blue states and the college towns? If you're not, we're going to dock some of your money. Because the Corporation for Public Broadcasting it has some discretion.
Speaking of Republicans, something else Uri Berliner said on Barry Weiss's podcast got a lot of attention.
I got so frustrated with what I saw was the lack of different perspectives in our coverage that I decided to look at voter registration among our staff. And so I found that I looked at D.C., where it was fairly easy to access voter registration records. And what I found was 87 registered Democrats on our editorial staff, 0 Republicans.
Leading to even more questions about NPR bias.
Our challenge is to how to rewrite the rules of the Public Broadcasting Act, how to monitor it. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting Board, every year we vote up or down on the whole budget. We don't even get to vote on individual programming, individual documentaries. It's just up or down. Are you for it or against it? We need new rules to try to hold their feet to the fire. And they need much, much more accountability. Should we start from 0 to getting NPR and PBS? I'd probably be skeptical about that, but it's with us, so we have to try to make it accountable.
But there's really no way for them to say, well, look, you have no registered Republicans, so unless you have some registered Republicans, we'll take away your funding. I mean, it's difficult to do that too, right?
Well, of course it's difficult, I'd like to see the chief executive of NPR go up before the appropriate congressional committee and justify the fact that they have no Republicans. So there's an oversight function that the Congress doesn't play enough. What are you doing to diversify the reach of your audience? Let's have a real congressional hearing that bores in on the character of their coverage, the reason that they're funded, and whether they're serving the broad cross-section of the American public, which they are not, and that's their mandate to do.
There's been a lot in the last many years, focus on DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. And obviously that's something that Yuri Berliner wrote in his essay. But at the end, he wrote, the most damaging development at NPR is the absence of viewpoint diversity. Has that been lost in the whole diversity discussion?
Well, of course, that's lost at the university level, too. And diversity in the DEI context doesn't really include viewpoint diversity. Those of us who believe that viewpoint diversity is crucial to good journalism and a good education are the ones who are saying it ought to include viewpoint diversity. Where are there stories about religion? Where are there stories about local sports and how it reflects local culture? Where are there stories about coal miners and their concern about being put out of work? The emphasis is always on climate. It's always on inequality. That's their framework for seeing the country. Well, the country experiences its own self in very different ways. And open-minded journalists would be looking for good stories, drama, conflict. That's the essence of good journalism. And they should be on the lookout for it rather than just promoting their own agenda by covering stories that they think should set the political agenda.
Howard Husick, who used to work with WGBH, he was also on the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the board of directors. He's now a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, opinion contributor at The Hill. Howard, thank you so much for joining us.
It's been my pleasure. Thanks for asking such good questions.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with NJ Diet.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, a 6-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for customer service. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2024 Lexus models are here and moving fast, and the 2024 Lexus GX will be arriving soon. Tony LaBelle and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles are in stock and ready to roll. Face it, you deserve this Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PICKUP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PICKUP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PICKUP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, April 18th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Jury selection resumes today in the hush money trial in New York. Former President Donald Trump, the judge in the case, has said he expects opening statements next week. Secretary of State Antony Blinken takes part in the G7 summit on the Middle East in Capri, Italy today. And House Speaker Mike Johnson, who's facing stiff opposition from hardline Republicans, says he plans to put aid packages to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan to a vote this weekend. He says it will come with stipulations regarding an endgame to the continuous aid. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Where else are you going to get Donald Trump's trial, protesters in Philadelphia, open-toe sandals, bad music feedback, and Hillary Clinton and abortion? Where else are you getting
Are you kidding? You're not going to get it and have it all blended into a complete insane asylum.
That's correct. This is like football. We call it controlled, organized chaos.
Yes.
It might seem like a cluster, but it's all scripted.
Jim Kelly, this is
I love him.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
It's time for MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run, the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Host a local event and give kids in your community a chance to compete in the Pitch, Hit, and Run Finals at the 2024 MLB World Series. Sign up for free at pitchhitrun.com.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Spring into spring sale. Save up to $500 and get a unique chemical-free system at 0% financing. Go to halfpricehottubs.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. Make sure you keep the tires on your car inflated to the correct pressure. Also, remove any heavy items like golf clubs that you may be keeping in your trunk. You'll get better gas mileage and help the environment. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Are you ready to take that big step towards owning your dream home? At American Heritage Credit Union, we've got your back every step of the way. Our team specializes in helping buyers navigate the exciting journey of home ownership. From finding the perfect place to securing the best mortgage rates, we've got you covered. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection today and turn that dream into reality. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 433838.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Okay, guys, we got to put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no kicking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
On Wednesday, stocks gave up earlier gains and then retreated, which marked the third straight session when stocks opened higher but then fizzled. Investors weighed cautious Fed commentary and ongoing geopolitical tensions against mixed quarterly earnings. Tech stocks struggled, weighing on the Nasdaq and S&P 500, which logged their fourth straight session of losses. The Dow falling 46 points, the Nasdaq down 182, S&P 500 down 29. Tesla stock has been tumbling of late and is down over 11% for the month as weaker than expected deliveries stoke fears about faltering demand, and Tesla's market cap has fallen below $500 million for the first time in nearly a year. Earnings season continues on Thursday with Alaska Air Group reporting results before the opening bell, followed by streaming giant Netflix after the market close. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A part of the immigration debate came to an end Wednesday after both articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas were voted unconstitutional in the Senate. Republicans were frustrated after the trial adjourned. Utah Republican Senator Mike Lee expressed what the senators would have heard in a proper trial regarding allegations that Mayorkas violated immigration law.
Instead of holding them until such time as they could be removed or alternatively adjudicated to have the status, whether in the context of immigration parole or asylum or otherwise. He just released them.
The released migrants scattered throughout the U.S., but many ended up in so-called sanctuary cities by the tens of thousands. Different cities and states have dealt with the influx in various ways. Some of those ways have changed over time. In New York City, Mayor Eric Adams is cutting funding to migrants. And after higher than expected revenues came in, he said this year he'd no longer be cutting other services in the city's budget.
We should be asking the national government, why is this happening to Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, Houston?
In fact, Mayor Adams said that it's time to rethink the city's sanctuary status altogether.
If you are repeatedly committing crimes in our city, you don't have the right to be in our city and tarnish those overwhelming number who are here following the rules.
Other cities are trying to spend more on migrants. In Chicago, Mayor Brandon Johnson's request for $70 million for migrants from a surplus fund got approved and passed out of the city's budget committee. And in Denver, Mayor Mike Johnston says the city's engaged in a new asylum program with a plan to spend $90 million. That is half what they were initially planning to spend.
Which will give us a chance to better serve migrants and avoid cuts to core public services and stabilize the city budget.
They still need to find another $45 million on top of that. The plan offers migrants help for 6 months, but only for about 1,000 migrants. That's about the time when asylum seekers are able to begin work. And Johnston says the city needs more workers.
We put almost 1,500 people through work authorization in the month of March alone, a larger effort than we have seen anyplace else in the country.
While he says the budget cuts won't impact core services, it does mean an $8 million cut to the police department. Within days of the mayor's announcement, 2 counties to his south sued, challenging the state sanctuary laws. In an email to Fox News Radio, the governor's office said they had no comment on the lawsuit at this time.
With the influx of illegal immigrants that are being welcomed by our neighbor in Denver, which is bigger than us and self-identified as a sanctuary city, we're concerned that it's reaching a critical mass point for them.
George Teal is a Douglas County commissioner.
We know that they have their own employees telling these illegal immigrants that they've welcomed into the city with open arms, you can't stay here anymore. we are running out of resources. You need to go somewhere else. Well, where could that somewhere else be? It's going to be the communities closest to Denver. Ourselves in El Paso County, do we have several communities between us and the city and county of Denver? Yes, we do. But this informal policy change where they are already talking about forcing these illegal immigrants out of the city and county of Denver, how long until we're finding these 40,000 people coming into Douglas County?
Denver officials say they've received more migrants per capita than any other big city during this migrant crisis so far. And what you're referring to is that mayor and city officials are shifting a bit now to say that they're going to limit supportive services to migrants to 6 months. That has included giving migrants a place to live, job skills training. That has been so far a big difference from Chicago and New York, where it's like you're in a shelter for like a month or two and then you're out. Also, 6 months is a long time relatively. Are you also worried that that will serve as a draw to the area? Like, oh, if I'm only in a shelter for a month in New York, maybe I can get some help for 6 months in Denver.
Absolutely. It absolutely is. And, Denver has been very generous. But like I say, their policies are changing. We began the year with Mayor Johnston, talking about when he took office, talking about going ahead and doing $180 million diversion in the city's budget in order to service the illegal immigrants coming in. Wow. He's already cut that in half to $90 million, as well as he is still cutting services throughout the government. I think there's only the DA and the clerk and recorder have avoided making budget cuts. Every other department in Denver has made budget cuts in order to find what was supposed to be $180 million. And now they're realizing that they can only afford $90 million. And they're going to be a more generous draw for illegal immigrants than New York, Chicago, LA. And they are already realizing that they're running out of resources. They are bankrupting the city of Denver.
Let's talk about the lawsuit you guys have filed, you and Douglas County and El Paso County. This is in regards to two specific state statutes, and I was reading what these statutes do. Tell our listeners what the state of Colorado has in place that you guys want to stop.
Yeah, so in 2019, a law was passed that prohibits local law enforcement agencies from working with federal immigration authorities, period. Even to the point of running a name of an assailant, someone who's allegedly committed a crime and been apprehended by local law enforcement. And if this person seems to be a foreigner, seems to not be an American, for whatever factors you'd want to attribute to that, they're prohibited from even contacting immigration, contacting ICE in order to just run the name and check. There could be an open warrant out by the federal immigration authorities against that person, and our local law enforcement are even prohibited from checking to see if there is a warrant open or not. Yeah. And it just goes up from there. In
what's the other statute?
So House Bill 23-1100. And when it passed into law, and that one prohibits local counties from engaging in any kind of contracts with the federal government to hold and detain in county jails anyone on immigration issues. And this is kind of a big deal. Here in the state of Colorado, you don't have municipal jails. The responsibility is given at the county level. under the state constitution. And so this is aimed squarely at our counties here in the state. And so it not only prevents, inhibits, as we're asserting in our lawsuit, our local law enforcement from being able to cooperate with federal officials to keep our community safe. But for that individual, for that immigrant family, you're essentially separating the family, and you are throwing a financial hardship as well as emotional hardship on that family that just doesn't make sense. And yet the left has persisted in drawing out this sanctuary city, sanctuary state political fad that they're only now starting to realize the real world consequences of. And so it has big impacts here in the state of Colorado. Yes, El Paso County joined us when we filed the lawsuit. We have up almost 30 other counties in the state that are planning on joining us, and they've stated it. They just didn't take the formal action like El Paso County did.
I'm sorry. You just said 30 other counties in the state are going to join you?
Actually, it's more than that. I think the last count I heard was 33.
Oh, wow. So is that almost the entire state other than Denver suing the governor?
We have 56 counties in the state of Colorado, to include the city and county of Denver. So, we're over a majority.
It's almost half the state, yeah. So tell me, before I let you go, Commissioner, what have you heard from constituents? I know y'all have public comment at your meetings, but aside from that, also, have you received phone calls? Have people just come up to you and had conversations with you? Is there a concern about this issue that you're hearing about, or is this more preemptive?
Yeah, well, there is a great deal of concern. I have seen political. I'm in a re-election year, so I'm sort of paying some attention to political polling, and this is the number one concern and the number one issue of concern for voters in the state of Colorado right now. Wow. I can tell you I've received nothing but encouragement, a large number of compliments from the people at Douglas County. But we've received no communications critical. That's not to say that it's going to stay that way. I'm sure we'll receive a few.
What about separate of the lawsuits, just this migrant issue? Denver's been at the heart of it for a while. You guys are so close, you're adjacent. What about the issue broadly have you heard over the past year or so?
Yeah, we passed an ordinance several weeks ago to deal with the dumping of a bus that would come in from Texas and be turned around by Denver. We received numerous emails, complimentary, thanking us, expressing their gratitude that we are being proactive and leaning into this issue.
Douglas County Commissioner George Teal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you helping us get the word out.
Wake up with Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210.
It's happening daily. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. Time is short before something big happens, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure 4-week emergency food kits for each member of your family. Each kit contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $50 on each 4-week food kit you purchase. Plus, get free shipping on Ready Hour 4-week emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour Foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar power generators, water filtration units, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your unmarked boxes ship the same day. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Rita Fowler. I was in the car actually relaxing. I was talking to my sister, and all of a sudden, boom, the car hit us. I wound up actually having a stroke. And that's when I decided to call Morgan & Morgan. The whole operation, everything they did from day one, it was self-explanatory. It was text messages, it was emails. It was a no-brainer. When you think that hiring a lawyer is hard, you haven't called Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife Bev and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help, find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May. Or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long throughout the city. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A possible deal to avoid a strike on Iran. Several news media in the Middle East reporting this morning the U.S. and Israel have reached an agreement to call off Israel's plans to retaliate against Iran in exchange for the U.S. approval of a potential Israeli operation in the Gaza city of Rafah. Jury selection resumes this morning in former President Trump's hush money trial. 7 jurors seated so far. RNC co-chair Lara Trump telling Fox's Hannity it's an attempt to keep the former president from running for re-election.
They want him sitting in a courtroom in New York City. They're going ahead and throwing it all out there to try and tarnish his name even further if they can with American voters. And heck, if they can throw him in jail while they're at it, it's the cherry on top.
House Speaker Mike Johnson planning to put 3 separate aid packages to a vote on Saturday, funding for Ukraine and Israel. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The NBA has come down hard amid a gambling scandal. Jontay Porter, who was a two-way player for the Toronto Raptors, has been banned from the NBA, the league announced Wednesday. The NBA launched an investigation in late March into Porter following betting irregularities regarding over-unders on Porter's stats in 2 games. On Wednesday, the NBA said it found Porter violated league rules by disclosing confidential information to sports bettors, betting on NBA games, and limiting his own participation in 1 or more games for betting purposes. Porter appeared in 26 games this season for the Raptors, averaging 4.4 points and 3.2 rebounds per game. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Could the WNBA Finals in a given year ever outrate the NBA Finals? There's no way possible, Chad, because last year's WNBA Finals peaked at 1.3 million people watching. It averaged 758,000 viewers compared to a down year for the NBA, averaging 11.65 million viewers. I don't think you can compare WNBA to NBA when factoring this in, because before Caitlin Clark in Iowa started to go on their run, I also would have thought it to be preposterous for anyone ever to argue that a women's college basketball national championship game would have more viewers than a men's game. And they blew the men's game out of the water this year. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which Car and Driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer for a great deal today. See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R Car and Driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Should be a big weekend at Citizens Bank Park when the Phils host the Giants for a 4-game series Friday, May 3rd through Monday, May 6th. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Celebrate the ladies in your life on Mother's Appreciation Day, presented by Pep Boys, when the Phillies play the Giants on Sunday, May 5th at 7:10, and women 15 and over receive a Phillies bucket hat. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze, and right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Your floors can go from clean to dirty fast. From juice spills, whoops, to muddy paw prints, to little sticky finger marks. Good thing your Swiffer WetJet works fast too. Swiffer WetJet easily cleans everyday messes as quick as they happen. The next mess is right around the corner. So grab your Swiffer WetJet and just spray, push, all clean.
Hey, Philly.
Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know, today, $20 barely gets you a burger and fries, and maybe it'll get you a quarter tank of gas. But you know what it'll get you, though? For just $20 a month, you get unlimited talk and text and plenty of 5G data from my friends, my cell phone company, a veteran-owned company, Pure Talk. Now, you'll get the same quality of service that you get from the big carriers, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, but you get it for half the cost. Average family saving close to $1,000 a year. The same cell tower, same 5G network, no contracts, no activation fees. Now you can bring your phone or get great deals on the latest iPhones and Androids, but make the switch today and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Now choose a wireless company that shares your values, that supports our military, our vets, and who creates American jobs, and they refuse to advertise on fake news network. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, make the switch today so you can actually afford a burger and fries. Pound 250, keyword save now from Pure Talk.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to CleanOrigin.com. That's CleanOrigin.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PICKUP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PICKUP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PICKUP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, April 18th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news, Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board, Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. As we welcome back, fresh off of her trip from Italy, I might have to give a breathalyzer right now. I need to find out, has she had any red wine in the last couple of hours? The great Dawn Stenslin. Hello, Dawn.
Hello, absolutely. Yeah, we didn't. The truth was, it was about Italy and the sights and the people and... You know, they have a little wine at lunch, a little vino at dinner, but I think I lost weight. We walked so much.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Good for you.
We all felt fit.
Yeah?
fit for Italy.
All the Europeans are in great shape.
I think that's why.
Yeah. Americans are slobs, and the rest of the country, they get exercise. Well, it's good to have you back.
Thank you. It's great to be back. I know we'll talk about it, but I missed you guys. They said, are you going to be back? I said, I think I have until Monday. Not.
Well, you were out for what, 10 days roughly?
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have you back.
It was 13 days in all.
There you go. Did you get any rest, or are you coming like straight from like a flight?
No, we it's, what time is it in Italy right now? It's actually
Noon. Yeah.
It's noon. It's 12:01.
So they're eating lunch right now. Yeah. Very good. Gregory?
Much like Prince Harry is now a United States citizen, Don Stenslet is now a Italian citizen.
Dual citizenship.
Yeah.
Have Dom and Rich given you the official blessing?
I need to kiss their rings, and then maybe.
Okay, fair enough. We got a lot of good things to get to this morning. A big take on defending Yuri while defunding NPR. That's a very fascinating story that took another plot twist yesterday. We also have an update for you as to what the Chinese embassy and the United States government are cooking up together when it comes to TikTok. Neil Young, who once took his ball and went home, has come back to Spotify over politics and disinformation, and he cashes in yet again. And Google staffers arrested for anti-Semitism and protesting. We'll get to that coming up this morning. And also a very smart move, I think, by Donald Trump, stealing a page out of the playbook of college athletes. Very fascinating story on Donald Trump and name, image, and likeness. We'll get to that. We've got the cut sheet this morning, and also our buddy Sean Farish coming up.
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock this morning for some laughs and giggles. So we have a lot to get to this morning on today's program. All right, let's get to I haven't said this in a long time. We haven't done news in like a month on this show. Let's see if I remember how to do it. 6:03, round one of the news. And I believe I say the great Dawn Stensler.
Thank you, my dear. We are sponsored this morning for Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. 51 degrees, mostly cloudy, and a spattering of rain, some fog, so drive safely as you make your way in. We do have breaking news that I'll begin with this morning. Before we get to one, Congressman Brendan Boyle, brother of Pennsylvania State Representative Kevin Boyle, we have an update on the Boyles in Philadelphia. But we want to get to this breaking news story with a confirmation from Philadelphia police. 2 arrested after that carjacking led police through a chase in Philadelphia. So they led the officers into Montgomery County from Philadelphia and then onto the Schuylkill Expressway before they were arrested. It began, we're told, according to authorities, it began with a carjacking in West Philadelphia, leading police officers on that chase. So they have made several arrests by late last night. It started with this Jeep stolen just before 10 p.m. last night, and then they led officers into Montgomery County. So I don't have all the official word of which other municipalities, I believe, assisted in the situation, but into Montgomery County, they were able to finally stop that car after 10 o'clock p.m. at 3900 block of Reno Street in Philadelphia's Mantua section. 2 suspects taken into custody. Police say they're looking for a third person as I speak this morning. The good news in this situation, no injuries reported. However, there's another breaking news story as far as in West Philadelphia. There were some teenagers shot, and that's a breaking news story that I'm hearing about.
Can I ask you, I know it's been a while, but boys in the back, what the hell is the shot we have on Dawn right now?
It's the blimp cam.
It looks like she's... It's coming from Pluto.
Yes, that's the Goodyear blimp.
What are we doing? I know it's been a while, but what the hell is the shot?
Oh, boy, here we go.
Can we please? It's 6:05. Did we not test this? Did we not say, hey, you know what? Start at 6 a.m. Did we not say, hey, you know what? This shot is terrible.
By the way, Dawn, there was no shootings and no crime while you were gone either.
Oh, really?
It's really odd phenomenon that developed in the city. They were like, Dawn's gone, so there's no crime.
My Lord.
I know, and in Italy, there was, I didn't even think about crime.
Yeah, well, nor should you.
You know?
I wouldn't think about anything in Philadelphia if I'm in Italy.
Can we fix the cam, please?
Yeah.
I know when I signed on this morning, I'm going to blame Henry because he always gets thrown under the bus in the afternoon with Scioli anyway. Henry was the last person in here.
Yep. Blame it on
So
Henry.
Henry, playing with my camera.
We're trying to mount your camera in there, and it's, they do a good job. Everybody's trying to make everything more professional, but this shot is just terrible. We should have tested it before you came back.
Hi.
Hi,
I'm down here.
Can we go back to the other shot, please, at some point today?
Back to the news.
I didn't want a 606 rant, but I'm sorry.
Hey, well, you got to do what you got to do.
Whew.
Thank you.
So let me get to I know that you guys were certainly talking about Brendan Boyle. He did release that statement. Congressman Brendan, not Let's Go Brandon. This is Brendan Boyle, the brother of Pennsylvania Representative Kevin Boyle. So Brendan issuing a statement saying that his sibling suffers from a very serious mental health condition. So this is, I will say, this is a brother trying to stick up for his brother. Common theme with me is, Michael and David had a great time in Italy, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a brother, probably the better brother, trying to help out the lesser.
Yeah. Blood runs thick, right?
Yes.
I got you.
So, classy statement, but this is a day after the arrest warrant issued for, of course, Kevin Boyle, and for allegedly violating a protection from abuse order. I know a lot of Democrats have come forward, and you've talked a lot about that, but Brendan Boyle, the congressman, the brother of Kevin Boyle, embattled, issuing that statement saying, hey, look, my brother has a serious mental health condition. Other Democrats, not so kind. I don't have word, has Kevin turned himself in yet?
Oh,
the arrest warrant is out there. I don't know that Kevin Boyle has turned himself in at this point.
Oh, boy.
So we're on Kevin Boyle watch.
Yeah.
Not to be confused, because obviously you're not accountable for your brother's actions or misdeeds, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a New Jersey bus driver who's being called a hero. This is Ocean City School District officials saying that the students in this case are from the intermediate school. They were heading home to Sea Isle City, and this is when this bus goes up in flames. So no students were hurt when the flames, just if you see the end result of this bus, or if you saw the video of it, it's incredible. It's fully engulfed in flames. This happened yesterday, 2:34 in the afternoon, and this was Upper Township technically, but 10 students and a bus driver were able to escape the flames, and they say the students who were from the intermediate school there were heading home to Sea Isle City, and they're saying that, in fact, there were some heroic actions that happened, helping these kids get out of there very quickly.
Wow.
So, if we, at some point this morning, we should show this thing fully the smoke spewing from it.
I can smell it.
Yeah, she could, yeah.
Yeesh. Wow.
So, what a nightmare, but thanks to some heroic quick actions, they were able to, get everybody out alive and not injured. And I don't even have reports about smoke inhalation, quite frankly. So pretty amazing. I'll just say for our Sixers.
Yeah.
How about it?
Wow.
Went to bed. They were down double digits. I woke up at 3:15 in the morning and checked my phone, and they won.
It's amazing.
So we faced the Knicks in the first round of the playoffs. That's the bottom line here. Joel Embiid. Have we even lost? I know I was in Italy, but Joel, since he's back, have we even lost, basically?
That I don't know off the top of my head, but I thought for sure last night that they were dead team walking.
Wow.
But I'll tell you what, I love the fact that they get the Knicks in the first round.
105
I
and
love that
104.
team. Yep.
Yeah.
I was tweeting last night. I was like, man, what would it be like if we still had Jimmy Butler here instead of Tobias Harris? And then I wake up and the Sixers win.
Woohoo!
My mentions are just abominable right now.
Embiid, 23 points, 15 rebounds, a huge assist to Kelly Oubre Jr. on a go-ahead three-point play, leading our Sixers to a 105-104 win over the Miami Heat in the Eastern Conference play-in tournament. Happened last night. Nick Kayal had to go to bed, so he wakes up with that's some good news for you.
Yeah.
We already know how this will end. They'll end up beating the Knicks in 6 or 7 games. And then we'll run into Boston eventually.
They didn't.
They
didn't. I'm happy they won, but they didn't cover the 4.5.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they were a big favorite.
They were.
Yeah,
they were. And when I went to bed like you, I was like, "Well, this is not going my way."
There goes that $20.
They're like a 14-point deficit.
I know. They were getting booed.
I know.
Incredibly loud last night. In the first quarter, the crowd was like, "Ooh!"
I mean, both Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid just had awful first halves.
I know.
Then they came out and
Embiid's not close to 100%.
No, agreed.
It's like me on the first round of golf of the year, fat, overweight, out of shape, looking like he hasn't played.
So you think they'll beat the Knicks, but then
yeah. They'll do what they always do. Yeah. They've never reached a conference finals in the Embiid era.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I was trying to say something positive.
But you're right. They won last night. Let's enjoy it for
Come
what it's
on.
worth. You're right.
Saturday's the next game, right? Yeah.
Game one.
Yeah.
Game one. So we're in it right now. Let's keep hope alive, as we say. Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation, sponsoring my first news back from Italy, where it was, by the way, in the mid-70s and bright sunny skies and gorgeous. So
we actually had some nice days here.
You did?
Well, not
today.
Not today, not yesterday. But like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, they were all gorgeous days.
Yeah, mid-70s.
Monday was like 80 degrees, I think.
Monday was great.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Anderson Mechanical Corporation, the people you want to call. Make sure your home is ready to keep cool this summer. Carrie, Bill, and the entire team, they are dedicated to providing the highest quality service. Just call them today. Schedule that spring tune-up and save big time. Visit amcontheweb.com. 51, kind of drizzly, trying to a little cloudy. But tomorrow for your Friday, 61 degrees. The weekend looks sunny and nice. Saturday, 67. Sunday, 60 degrees. So back to the sunshine and warmer weather. It's good to be back. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn. Thank you very much.
Navy Prepper on the YouTube chat says Nick the Buzzkill.
Nick the Buzzkill. Nick the Realist. Fact sharer. The truth.
Yeah.
All right, 6:13. Let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, defend Uri and defund NPR. NPR can be heard in Philadelphia and on radio stations around the country. National Public Radio, headquartered in Washington, D.C., is a nonprofit media organization that is funded via your taxpayer dollars and operates over 1,000 stations nationwide. And over the last week or so, whistleblower Uri Berliner, the veteran NPR editor who claimed that his own employer had a major liberal bias, has been put through the ringer for being open, honest, and transparent about how slanted their platform and network really is. He has gone from sharing the facts to being suspended 5 days without pay to coming out and quitting after a quarter a century. And I don't think this story is going away anytime soon. Here are some of the details that led up to Berliner quitting yesterday. NPR suspended Berliner last Friday after he posted details about his then employer's, quote, absence of viewpoint diversity on the Barry Weiss Free Press website. It's unclear if the suspension was a prelude to an eventual termination. A former high-level NPR executive who worked with Berliner recently told Fox News Digital that it would be hard for Berliner to remain at the company, saying, quote, it seems to me that it would be very difficult for him now at NPR. I've seen stuff on the internet and that he's come under attack by people who are still at NPR. I think he did this out of a sense of principle, end quote. Prior to his suspension, Berliner documented how NPR willfully ignored the Hunter Biden laptop story ahead of the 2020 election at the risk of spreading a story that would help Donald Trump win the election. He then criticized NPR's use of partisan left-wing talking points during its coverage of Russiagate, the COVID lab leak theory, systemic racism, and anti-Semitism following October 7th. Now, yesterday, Berliner tweeted his own breaking news and career decision at 10:53 a.m., and it read as follows. Berliner says, quote, I am resigning from NPR, a great American institution where I have worked for 25 years. I don't support calls to defund NPR. I respect the integrity of my colleagues and wish for NPR to thrive and do important journalism. But I cannot work in a newsroom where I am disparaged by a new CEO whose divisive views confirm the very problems at NPR that I cite in my Free Press essay, end quote. Good for Uri. He might not call for the defunding of NPR, but I will. It's long past due to stop having taxpayers fund this operation of far left-wing propaganda. 87 Democrats on their staff with 0 Republicans. They don't even try to be fair and balanced. And it's one thing to have MSNBC or CNN be super left-wing, progressive, and woke, but it's a completely different business model when the network of radio stations is financed by we the people. MSNBC and CNN are funded by advertising revenue. There's a major difference in the blueprint of how these media organizations are operated. And that's what's really at stake here and in play is mainstream and left-wing news outlets are beginning to panic. The lid has been blown off in recent months. They want to be the gatekeepers of information, and anything that doesn't come out of their mouths is labeled misinformation or disinformation. Hell, it's almost as if the fact-checker industry was created in response to guys like Donald Trump or now Elon Musk and the repackaging of X with reestablishing free speech on the internet. And they've lost their power grip, and they no longer have a vice around the news cycle's throat like they've had for many, many decades. Yuri talked about how the new divisive CEO has ruined the company. Her name is Catherine Marr. I want to play 2 clips of what she has recently said, one of which we played yesterday during the cut sheet part 2, and another part we did not play on the show yesterday. And this will illustrate how completely insane this lady is. Here's Catherine Marr on how truth is now an outdated concept. Listen and watch this.
But what about the hard things, the places where we are prone to disagreement, say politics and religion? Well, as it turns out, not only does Wikipedia's model work there, it actually works really well. Because in our normal lives, these contentious conversations tend to erupt over disagreement about what the truth actually is. But the people who write these articles, they're not focused on the truth. They're focused on something else, which is the best of what we can know right now. And after 7 years of working with these brilliant folks, I've come to believe that they are onto something, that perhaps for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done. Now, that is not to say that the truth doesn't exist, nor is it to say that the truth isn't important. Clearly, the search for the truth has led us to do great things, to learn great things. But I think if I were to really ask you to think about this, one of the things that we could all acknowledge is that part of the reason we have such glorious chronicles to the human experience in all forms of culture is because we acknowledge there are many different truths. And so in the spirit of that, I'm certain that the truth exists for you and probably for the person sitting next to you. But this may not be the same truth. This is because the truth of the matter is very often, for many people, what happens when we merge facts about the world with our beliefs about the world. So we all have different truths. They're based on things like where we come from, how we were raised, and how other people perceive us.
And you thought sitting through a Kamala Harris word salad was a doozy. Does that sound like somebody who can be trusted to provide accurate information on your dollars without a slant or a bias? It's a hard pass for me. Everyone cannot have their own truth. Truth and facts are not up for debate. Today is Thursday. Nobody can debate that. There are 2 genders, not 14. In my opinion, that's also not up for debate. And this is more of the fantasy world that the media, Democrats, and global elites are trying to force feed common sense Americans. And I think many people are not buying it. But sadly, there is a faction of society that will. Let's get to the second clip of Marr, this courtesy of Christopher Rufo. In an exclusive, Catherine Marr says the, quote, #1 challenge in her fight against disinformation is, quote, the First Amendment in the United States, which makes it, quote, a little bit tricky to censor, quote, bad information and the influence peddlers who spread it. Here is NPR's censor-in-chief, Catherine Marr.
The number one challenge here that we see and is, of course, the First Amendment in the United States is a fairly robust protection of rights. And that is a protection of rights both for platforms, which I actually think is very important, that platforms have those rights to be able to regulate what kind of content they want on their sites. But it also means that it is a little bit tricky to really address some of the real challenges of where does bad information come from and sort of the influence peddlers who have made a real market economy around it.
Thank God for the founding fathers, because now you have media outlets financed by the people. And now we have left-wing media and the government hamstrung by the privileges and the rights afforded to us, the citizens of America, by the First Amendment. It just makes you think that the far left hates the First Amendment. The mainstream media hates the First Amendment. The government, I think, would love to take away the First, Second, and Fourth Amendments. Speech, firearms, search and seizure. We'll be talking about search and seizure coming up later this week, all of which have been in the news a ton lately. And I think we're at the point now where we need the House-controlled GOP to launch an investigation into NPR, look at the way their operation is funded, and force this nonsense to end. Would NPR survive in the marketplace where they have to perform, get ratings, and then generate revenue through advertisers? Perhaps, perhaps not. But I think it's time for the operation in its current rendition to come to a close. And I personally will defend Yuri for his courageous, integrity-driven stance while advocating that NPR be defunded. After all, it's funded by all of us. And I think it should happen as soon as possible. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community, just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get some thoughts on the NPR update of the day, as well as the Chinese government, the United States, having a conversation over the potential ban and sale of TikTok. It's all on tap this morning as we continue. Dawn's back in the saddle, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. PNC Bank, we're committed to making a difference in the lives of our customers and communities by helping them move forward financially. As a Main Street bank, we try to do right by our customers with every encounter. Our local teams offer personalized financial advice to help guide you in making the best decision. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you at pnc.com. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and if you want to make lifetime memories with your family and friends, you should book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Right now, book a June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights, $70 a night in resort credit. Stay 7 nights, you're going to get $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to eat and drink at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or in the gift shop. Get passes to take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise. Book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate events, baby and bridal showers, and more. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make your event perfect. Just call them, ask for my friend Caitlin, and she will help you have your dream event. To book your stay today at the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, call 800-257-8550 or visit them at grandhotelcapemay.com.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
You've heard me talk for years now about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now if I needed windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. But you may not think of Chapman right away for siding and stucco remediation. I would trust no one else with this important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding, or maybe removing your current stucco, replacing it with siding, I want you to think of Chapman. And I want you also to think of that beautiful James Hardy plank or vinyl siding. It's going to add value to your home, value and boosting the beauty as well. The certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. So please call them, text them. They're listening right now, like-minded. The Chapman family team, you want to call or text 610-431-8898. You can check them out online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. I love taking those virtual tours, see all the before and after photos to get those ideas, but you want to get the ball rolling. Get this on the calendar. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 6:30 as we continue. If you hate this song, you're a liar. You know you are. If you've been paying attention to the music theme of this week.
So at 9:50-ish, 55-ish, we do This Day in Music History.
Yes.
There's a reason I'm playing Creed.
Okay.
I get a rundown every morning at 5:55 from Phil Almquist.
A rundown.
So I know what songs to play.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good to have everybody in. Good to have Dawn back as we continue this morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube.
I want my Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
Well, you're going to get it because Dawn's back. So the Yuri Berliner story I find fascinating with NPR. And we have seen these themes now for a while. Think about what we've been seeing in the media for the last couple of months. MSNBC and NBC News, all their high-paid anchors and hosts come out and say, no, bosses, do not employ Ronna McDaniel. They reverse course. They fire her. We have seen some stuff with the New York Times, the Washington Post back in the fall. Remember, they published that cartoon with the Hamas spokesperson. It led to all sorts of backlash from employees. And I am in no way in favor of, the talent running the insane asylum, so to speak. I mean, bosses make decisions, and if you're a talent, you're a host, you can have your thoughts or whatever, but ultimately you're not in charge of personnel. So I'm going to try to be consistent with this, but I think there's a difference here because MSNBC, they didn't want viewpoint diversity, which is why they initially hired Ronna McDaniel because they wanted to give you the Republican side of things, and everybody had a hissy fit about it and pushed back. NPR, they are marching to the beat of everything super left. And here's a guy that's been well established for 25 years with the company as an editor, and he's like, wait a second. I mean, it's one thing to be a liberal publication or a news outlet or a radio conglomerate or whatever you are, but what are we doing here? This is skewed so bad, and we've seen it skewed super, super left for the last 3.5 years. This guy, Yuri Berliner, just I guess at whatever point he is in his life, working there for 25 years, I don't know, he's 62 years old or whatever it might be, in good conscience said, you know what, I can't be a part of this anymore. And he came out and he wrote this with the Free Press, Barry Weiss's website. And we've seen a lot of these journalists, Weiss, Schellenberger, Taibbi, where they're like, there's a lot of skewed and slanted things going on here. And if we're going to maintain our, quote, journalistic integrity, we have to call it like we see it. And it's good to have the journalist on the show back on the program. Because I got to tell you, for a long time, Dawn, I've never listened to NPR. For a good portion of time, I had no idea it was publicly funded by taxpayer dollars. But now we're at the point where 87 Democrats, no Republicans, they don't even try to hide it. And they're doing it on your dollars and cents.
No, and just yesterday, I just wanted to see what they were reporting on, and one of their anchor people decided to do an interview because they all talk like this.
They do,
right? They get close and they whisper, and
it's like kindergartner class.
So we want to point out we're going to do a really objective interview on ourselves because that's what we do. They did this whole thing yesterday and praised themselves for doing this story. But of course, then, glassing over the real issue, which is why do you get any public funding?
Mm-hmm.
Number one.
Right.
And number two, if you're a mouthpiece for one partisan side, that's a real problem.
Mm-hmm.
But even if I could argue now that if they were doing pieces on, I don't know, environmental pieces or pieces on stories that cost more money to investigate, because investigative units are expensive.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So let me say this. If they had some investigative unit that was amazing, that went after, just the fleecing of America, let's say, and they really did a great job. Investigative reporting, and that's why you don't see it as much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's extremely expensive. That's not what they do.
Right.
They do cheap and easy. They have pundits on. And what do? They're a mouthpiece for the Democrat Party.
Mm-hmm.
So why would our tax dollars have to support somebody like that? First off, then why do you exist? Just go to CNN.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And by the way, they make good. They pay well. These are not low paid individuals.
Mm-hmm.
These are six-figure salary individuals.
Right.
Why would we supplement that with our tax dollars?
I agree. And look, if you want to get super left content or programming, that's fine. By all means, knock yourself out. And I do think there's a major difference, getting it from NPR, which again is funded by us, versus CNN or MSNBC, which lives, survives, and thrives based on, and even as bad as CNN's ratings are, they're still bringing in tons of revenue because they are advertiser friendly and they spin the message the way the left wants it. And companies like Pfizer dump millions upon millions of dollars in commercials. I mean, you watch Anderson Cooper do a segment on COVID. He goes to break and the first commercial is from Pfizer. I mean, there you go. Bought and paid for, right? So I think there is a difference. But I wonder, and I asked you this off the air, Stalker, if NPR would survive and or thrive if their business model was forced to change.
So this is a sticking point for me because I despise NPR because of the business model we do and what we have to do every day to keep listeners, to keep advertisers. We're constantly fighting.
You have to earn it.
We're constantly, it's always an uphill battle for us. It's always an uphill battle for us. NPR just gets handed everything. Here's an FM signal. Here's a bunch of people that can report the news for you, and you don't have to worry about advertising. You don't have to worry about listeners. You can do whatever the hell you want to, blah, 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 blah. We don't operate like that. So your question was, can they operate? Could they do a model like we do? And the answer is yes, at least here in Philadelphia, because WHYY does get ratings here. In fact, a little secret, we actually share a tremendous amount of audience with WHYY. I know that's going to shock people, but we actually do. So yes, I do believe on their ratings and everything else, at least here in Philadelphia, that they could absolutely survive on a model with advertising like us.
Yeah.
But they don't. And they rely on donations and they rely on taxpayers. And it's just, the model is just disgraceful. I've never seen something like this.
It's almost like a handout, basically.
Yes.
You're in a way, you could argue you're guaranteed not to fail because as long as you are getting revenue and it's guaranteed through tax dollars, as long as you can be a profitable station, you stay around even if your ratings typically stink. Because
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, in a for-profit industry, all they care about is the bottom line. Are we making money, right? So NPR is almost guaranteed that right out of the gates, whereas stations like us, WIP down the hall, any for-profit station that's built off of selling commercials and other ways of generating non-traditional revenue, they call that NTR in the business these days, you have to go out there and grind. You have to go out there and get in front of people and say, hey, here's why your company should be highlighted on our station because we reach the people you're trying to service, right?
Well, that's why we are constantly reinventing ourselves here. We're constantly trying YouTube. We're going live and local because we're trying to adapt with the times. We have an app now. You know what I mean? Like we need to adapt. They don't have to do any of that.
No.
Nothing.
It's nice.
Where is NPR on anything? You know what I mean? Like they just exist on the FM dial, or you could if you do a Google search, NPR is always the one of the first searches that comes up.
Yeah.
It's like, are really that many people searching for NPR stories?
I can't imagine.
I can't imagine.
It's so low energy. And I guess if you want to be force-fed talking points from the left by people that whisper and, have no juice and no presence to their delivery, by all means, knock yourself out, because I know we have a guy who wants to jump on here and talk about this in a second. Let me just read this tweet. Marcus Aurelius makes a good point in regards to Catherine Marr and those two clips we played for you in the Big Take. He says, if truth is fluid, or if there can be multiple truths, or if your truth can be whatever you want it to be, you get a pass for being wrong or being dishonest, which is why authoritarians and those on the left love talking this way. We've also got a clip that we'll play for you coming up in the cut sheet at 7:45 or at 9:30 this morning, where you'll hear more of Catherine Marr. But you're right, it is infuriating. And it's, again, I'm not telling you what to believe or what to listen to or, what talking points to subscribe to. But, I mean, this is just kind of ridiculous that Berliner comes out and says what a lot of us know.
Well,
he is an employee, right?
But he reports, so he's an employee who, because think about the irony here. First of all, their budget, $300 million, NPR. What they're saying is, look, this is tax dollars 3%. Well, 3% of, not for nothing, but 3% of $300 million. Don't we wish we had that here at WPHT?
I'll take it right now and run.
Yep. But number two, she says, well, when she made political, partisan, nasty statements on her Twitter and social media, well, she's allowed free speech. However, she did not allow Yuri the free speech. There's the ironic part.
Yep.
And so to me, I will say this. The premise of, they were 51 years ago, they were established as National Public. I think it was Education Radio, something like that. But if their premise is to do the boring stories, that the so-called, if it bleeds, it leads media, that's a profit media, if they did those, do stuff on education, do stuff on the environment, stuff that's long form, people love that. And I think they could prove that that's worthy. So I'm not throwing them under the bus completely to say, I love the premise that they have, but don't get into partisan politics. Do what you were supposed to do.
Yes, agreed. 855-839-1210. James is in Bayonne. He used to be an NPR guy. He's now a 1210 guy, so I'm told. James, good morning. How are you?
Yes, fine. I'm from Bayonne. Dawn should know where that is.
Yes.
Where is it?
New Jersey.
France.
Oh, yes, but isn't there a Bayonne, New Jersey? I'm sorry. See, I've only been home less than 24 hours, and I'm already thinking New Jersey.
Well, Bayonne, New Jersey was named after Bayonne, France. You can look it up. There is a city in France, Bayonne.
Yes.
But anyway,
yes.
I switched from NPR to 1210. I gave you some of the reasons.
Okay.
Right about after Thanksgiving, because I was watching I was listening to NPR all the time. I get very little sleep, and that doesn't even put me to sleep, but that's what I listened to because there weren't any commercials. But after Thanksgiving, from about 9 o'clock at night to midnight, they played classical music instead of the programs. Now, I like classical music, but not 3 hours for 6 weeks. I don't want to listen to it that much.
Right.
Second thing is, in the morning, they start their programming at 5 a.m., okay? NPR, it takes 2 hours to do their morning program. WHYY takes 5 hours. They just keep repeating it for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 hours goes to 5. They do have advertising. That's what turned me off initially. I started hearing about Geico and all these insurance companies. Okay? So I started searching for something different. I came across Mark Levin. Okay?
Yep.
And I agree with most of the things he says, probably 100%. And so I said, okay, let me listen to him. And then I listened to a program after that where they have all this crazy stuff about paranormal from from midnight to 5 in the morning. It's all about paranormal, UFOs, and all that stuff. So it's pretty interesting. One thing about YouTube, okay? You don't remember, but back in the day, there was a debate between JFK and Nixon. The people on the radio thought Nixon won. The people who watched it thought Kennedy won because Nixon looked terrible, no makeup or anything, and Kennedy, a nice young guy, right?
Yep.
I think people get more out of listening than watching because I don't even have a TV, okay?
Wow.
So I don't watch anything, but I think you do get more out of listening than watching because you get distracted by the visuals.
Yep. Yep. I got you, James. Thank you so much for the phone call. Former NPR guy, now a 1210 guy. How about that?
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm just...
No TV at home, by the way, either.
I'm wondering how he went from them to us. I mean, I guess he told us because he listened to classical music.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah.
But cool. What I love that he said, I think what we all love that he said, what?
No, nothing. I'm reading the comments.
Oh, God. But I love that he's talked about the repeat because we work very hard here from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. To not repeat anything.
Right.
And even to be psychic and go, well, I know Dom's going to talk about, what's happening with such and such. And so we avoid certain, we really try to make it fresh, just like you're, delivering fresh food.
Right.
Like homemade pasta.
I mean, think about it. The only time we really go back to a major story is in the 9 o'clock hour, which is the fourth hour of this show. If it's something massive, Trump related, election related, where, our audience might not have heard what we had to say on the big story of the day in the first hour because people are moving, all over and listening for 22 minutes at a clip or whatever it might be.
but usually it changes between
Right.
6 and 9.
Yep.
And then, of course, Biden's going to be here today on a campaign stop.
Mhm.
So by 11:30 noon,
Yep.
traffic, we'll be talking about the traffic coming in, the motorcade,
Mhm.
and then what he says throughout the day. So
That's right. 11:30 is
Yeah.
going to be. Oh God.
Peak.
Woo. Where's he going?
Well, he goes from Scranton to Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, but I don't know specifically where he's going in this area.
Like where? Yeah, where is he going to be in the city?
Yeah, that I don't know off the top of my head.
God.
Yeah, but he's back again. I think this is the 18th or 19th time since 2021. So we'll be all over that for sure.
I'll tell you in the next news.
All right, sounds good. 855-839-1210. We'll have some news to kick off hour number 2. We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour with a TikTok update when it comes to the Chinese embassy and those on Capitol Hill. Details on the other side. Kayal and Company, back after this.
We pulled up after 2 weeks on this incredible Italy trip. You should see my grass. It's so green and so lush. And yeah, we got to get out and cut the grass. But that's thanks to Natural Lawn of America because they've already been treating our lawn this spring. If you want that greener, healthier lawn that's also safer for your family and your pets, I want you to call my friends at Natural Lawn of America. I've been a customer for years now, and trust me, you're going to love the results. Natural Lawn, creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, with fewer weeds for more than 35 years now. They're local, they're listeners, they're certified specialists tailoring their treatments to your own lawn's specific needs. So the environmentally friendly approach here reduces the need for for all those chemicals and then creates a safer lawn for your family and pets to enjoy. Natural Lawn, like I say, locally owned, family operated in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They are competitively priced and have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. You should too. So give them a call today because the limited time offer I'm about to talk about expires at the end of this month, TikTok. So that offer free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. They're going to seed your lawn every year free of charge. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Visit naturallawn.com. Learn more. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Spring is here. Get ahead of summer pricing and availability. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently before you get stuck without cooling on blistering hot days coming up. 0% financing options are available. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All that time I was searching, nowhere to run to.
Kayal and Company, as we continue 6:51 live on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. News coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Also, stories from TikTok. Spotify with Neil Young. Google staffers being arrested over anti-Semitism protests. And also, an unbelievable story, I think, a very smart, savvy move from Donald Trump when it comes to other politicians using his brand, his name. And Trump wants his cut. We'll get to that coming up before the cut sheet. 855-839-1210. But a lot of people talking about what has happened with NPR and their editor-in-chief of 25 years coming out, first of all, and blowing the lid off of the cover about how super left and slanted NPR is. Followed by a 5-day suspension. And then yesterday at just about 11 o'clock in the morning, Yuri Berliner comes out and announces on his social media feed that he is quitting after 25 years. We'll continue with your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Dominic is in upstate New York, and he's listening to us this morning. Dominic, how are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for calling.
Geez, I'm in Chateaugay, New York, right on the Canadian border. Where our story is not being told, where illegal aliens are flooding across the border and committing all kinds of crimes.
From Canada, from Canada down to the United States, correct?
Absolutely, on their way to New York City.
Yep.
And they're committing crimes like you wouldn't believe, but our governor just doesn't seem to care. But I want to say about NPR, that's all we have around here. That's all people have.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
So they listen to it.
Yeah.
There's no counterpoint to it at all. They believe it. They think that it's true.
Well, but Dominic, there is a counterpoint to it, and you're listening to us, I'm assuming, not on 1210 AM in upstate New York.
No, he is, I think.
Are you listening to us on the radio or the app, Dominic?
You believe I am listening to you on the radio with just a regular antenna.
I was just going to say
wow.
because it's still kind of dark out, so you can get the signal.
Okay.
This signal's a flamethrower.
Well,
guys.
I knew that. I just didn't think it went all the way up towards Canada.
It does. Yeah, 100% does.
Wow. And it comes in crystal clear, guys.
It's amazing.
Clear.
It's amazing.
Wonderful.
All right, well, Dominic, here's your homework assignment for the weekend. You need to educate upstate New York on 1210 WPHT.
Yep.
Tell them there's an alternative to NPR.
Yep.
And if for some reason those people in certain spots can't get us, download the Odyssey app.
Absolutely. Can I just end with one final note?
Yes, sir.
No one cares about us up here, but our county is in a state of emergency right now. We are overwhelmed with the numbers. My friend, who has a beautiful horse trailer with living quarters in it, she caught an illegal living in there.
Wow.
He didn't harm her, thank the Lord. And he fled. When the police came, they said, there's nothing we can do about it. And I live a mile and a half from the border, a mile and a half.
All right.
And the Border Patrol is issuing appearance tickets. And these people are just going to New York City. getting everything free.
Wow. Hey, I mean, most of the stories we hear are from the southern border, but of course there's the northern border as well.
Well, Dominic, we care about you.
Yeah, Dom. We love all Doms. We're very Dom friendly. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dom. Spread the word about 1210 WPHT and let Trudeau know about it if you ever cross the border and go into Canada.
Yeah, he's a big fan.
Yeah, little soy boy. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way. Dawn will have some news, and then we'll get to our TikTok update as well as Neil Young. He's back on Spotify after throwing a hissy fit because Joe Rogan is allowed to have free speech commentary. We'll get to that in hour 2. Kayal and Company coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Her words weren't written under peaceful shade, but under fear for her life.
I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains.
The words of Anne Frank continue to fill us with hope. Hope. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Vacation?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Martin Water Conditioning's Customer Appreciation Sale. Everything flows smoothly. Martin Water Conditioning has the latest in water purifying technology for your home. Until April 22nd, receive up to $500 off when purchasing a Connecticut water system. 18 and 48-month special financing or 10% off spot-free car rinse system and more. Call Martin Water Conditioning at 1-800-853-1093. Offers cannot be combined or applied to prior sales.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. This spring is your chance to get the perfect smile from my friend, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Dr. Mike is the master of implant dentistry. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family. So give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury right over the bridge, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company as we continue hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Our buddy Sean Farish at 9 o'clock. The latest Donald Trump impressions and impersonations. Dawn is back today. Thank you to Tony Bruno, Mary Walter, and Sean Farish for filling in over the last couple of shows. And also a very interesting story coming up at 9:30. A little bit of an exclusive for you. It's a little tease as to what's going on locally according to one individual. We were tipped off to something yesterday, and we will fill you in on that coming up in just about 2.5 hours. But let's get to the news. By the way, go ahead. You got...
No, I was going to say, Delco, this is for you.
Yes. When I saw it come in yesterday, I was trying to do some digging and some research and just try to confirm some stuff, and it looks legit, so we're going to go with it, and we will clue you in on that coming up at 9:30. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. Back from Italy, the great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, and good morning. So the breaking news early this morning, as we were talking about in the 6 a.m. hour, watching a lot of police activity as they've arrested 2 alleged carjackers in West Philadelphia. Started late last night. The police chase led them into Montco, 2 arrested, searching for one other. And we have reports of 2 teens also shot in West Philadelphia. That going on this morning. As I do thank Mary Walter, fantastic, and also Kathy Barnett, who filled in at 10. And then Tony Bruno, it was amazing.
The cast of 1,000 to fill the void left by Dawn.
No, it just shows you we have all these great people who are part of our WPHT family team too. So it's important to give the credit to them and say thank you for allowing us. Then we can take off and go to places like Italy.
Mm-hmm.
So United Tire, thank you for sponsoring us this morning as well. And Kayal and Company News Live on this. I can't believe it's April 18th already. But you know what? Nobody can find where's Kevin. So the headline in the Inquirer this morning, State Representative Kevin Boyle evades arrest. There's an arrest warrant out for him. His brother, Brendan Boyle, saying that his brother has, quote, serious mental health conditions going on here. But Kevin Boyle, to my knowledge, has not yet turned himself in. And so a serious situation as he has been. Reportedly, this is a nightmare for their entire family, and you feel for them on that account. However, this is a state representative who's been accused of violating protection from abuse orders.
Was it public knowledge that he had, quote, mental health issues before this story kind of took a turn for the worse?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so either. All right.
So that is an active situation. We're watching it. Okay, President Joe Biden, and there are some traffic alerts to this. There's a political side, but there's a traffic real side here, tangible side. If you're heading through, anywhere through or in the area of Philadelphia, a heads up. Joe Biden in Philadelphia today, his third campaign stop in Pennsylvania just this week. Biden set to speak at a rec center. This is in North Philadelphia at 12:45. And so we know that the Biden campaign is expecting 15 members of the Kennedy clan to attend this event in North Philadelphia today. And among
Kennedy
them,
clan?
in other words, this is big because they're worried about RFK Jr.
As they should be.
So the report initially, I know that CBS News was reporting several siblings of independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are going to join Biden in Philadelphia. The latest word I have, the latest count, 15 members of the Kennedy family, including his own siblings, RFK's siblings, are going to attend this and give a powerful endorsement of Biden.
Oh, man. Now that
in Philadelphia.
That doesn't create a further divide within the family. How about that?
So
Poor guy can't get his own family to back him.
Yeah, and Carrie Kennedy is the youngest sister of RFK Jr.
Yikes.
She's going to she is a confirmed speaker. According to my sources, they're saying she will deliver the actual remarks. I don't know if other Kennedys will deliver remarks.
Mm-hmm.
His youngest sister
Doesn't
will.
this just confirm that the Biden administration is acknowledging the threat that he poses?
And by the way, his polling in Pennsylvania, RFK Jr.'s polling in Pennsylvania, he's at like 15%.
It's not bad.
So they're definitely worried about that.
Yeah.
So they're bringing him to Pennsylvania,
Mhm.
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, that says a lot.
Wow. Yep.
So here's the traffic impact.
Yeah.
So Biden is set to arrive at Philadelphia International Airport about 11:30 a.m. this morning. I don't have an announcement of road closures. Clearly, there will be road closures because national security, the motorcade, etc. You should expect traffic impacts and delays from that presidential motorcade today as it makes its way from the airport at 11:30. And then I know that later in the afternoon again, so this will impact, it'll be during the Zioli show, the president will travel back to PHL Airport. He's set to depart at 3:50 p.m. So I just wanted to give those parameters of the speaking because the 12:45 is when he's supposed to start speaking.
Mm-hmm.
But 11:30, that's when the closures begin. And then I would imagine around 3 o'clock-ish, which is unfortunate because, the kids are just getting out of school.
Oh, what a nightmare that'll be.
School, SEPTA, getting to, so yeah. So there's that going on.
All right.
And then, I should mention as well, just some headlines as we talk about what's going on with the House and the Senate in D.C. I know you'll talk about it, but the House obviously did their vote that I know you've reported on as far as saying Mayorkas should be held accountable for the border. And you just had Dom calling from the northern border, but we've talked a lot about the southern border. The Senate shut that thing down last evening.
Yep.
So I know we will talk. I just wanted to give at least one headline. And then the jury selection continuing in another Trump trial that we've talked a lot about.
Have you tried to finagle your way onto that jury, Dawn? Because I'm all for you getting on that jury, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I want to be the floorwoman.
Yeah? Madam Floorwoman?
Yeah, not for nothing.
Uh-huh.
But,
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say, we've never seen anything like this.
They had, was it yesterday, coming into yesterday's show, 7 of the 18 were selected. Yeah. They had 11 more to go, 5 obviously active members, and then 6 alternates. Did they round out the total number yet, or did they get anything accomplished yesterday? Because we were told, and we mentioned this, I think, Monday and Tuesday, that jury selection was going to take 6 to 8 weeks. It looks like they're going to be wrapped up well quicker than 6 to 8 weeks. I didn't see anything that they completed it yesterday.
They're planning on opening statements Monday.
Right, yeah. Which I mean today and tomorrow, I'm assuming that they plan to have this thing all buttoned up.
Yeah. And, Trump commenting on that one, and we saw him on social media and Truth Social yesterday, today. But the jury selection continues. I should mention, too, it's the first, quote-unquote, criminal trial that we've seen. So we have all different kinds. It's hard to keep track of these, but he's expressing some confusion about the selection process, and obviously went to Truth Social and thought that strikes were supposed to be unlimited when they were picking the jury and going back and forth. And there were some of the jurors even speaking out about this. The ones that didn't make it, they're allowed to speak, but it moves forward. And like Greg says, they're expecting that they'll have the jury picked, 12 people. Can they find 12 objective individuals in New York City?
Good luck.
I doubt it.
Yeah, they're saying right now on Fox, the trial resumes this morning at 9:30 Eastern.
Yeah. So it's just we're 6 months ahead of a November big election. Let the American people be the jury.
Yeah, how about that?
Judge. How
what a
about that?
concept.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Mm-hmm.
The forecast not so nice today. 51, kind of raw today, not great. And so we do have a spattering, a little fog as we were this morning as we looked out, and still fog in some areas, and a spattering, just a spitting of rain, if you will. So not a pretty day for us on Thursday. Friday, the sun returns, and then we'll begin to warm up to more spring-like temperatures in the 60s. The weekend looks lovely and sunny as well. United Tire sponsoring us with all the driving around you do this spring. Make sure you take care of your car. Schedule that appointment at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections, the skilled technicians at United Tire are here to help you. Visit UnitedTire.com, UnitedTire.com, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. I promise these updates on Neil Young with Spotify as well as China and TikTok. We'll start with China and TikTok. I think that's the more pertinent story to get to here. So as we know, after a bill that would force the sale of the company passed the House, diplomats now from the Chinese embassy, according to reports from Politico, they met with Hill offices to push their talking points, defending the app. This to me feels like China trying to strong arm us yet again because they're concerned that this app will be forced to be sold from ByteDance, which obviously has the alleged ties to the Chinese government. The Chinese embassy has held meetings with congressional staff members in their attempts to lobby against the legislation that would force the sale of TikTok. That according to two sources of Capitol Hill staffers. TikTok, which is owned by the Beijing-based company ByteDance, has repeatedly denied a relationship with the Chinese government, and they have sought to distance themselves from the Chinese origins. But now, with the fate of legislation to force the sale of the company facing an uncertain path forward in the Senate, the Chinese embassy appears to be leveraging its political weight to protect the company's future in the United States. And now the embassy is coming out and downplaying the national security concerns with TikTok in both of these meetings, according to these two staffers. And they sought to align the app with American interests. According to Politico, in one meeting, the embassy said a ban of TikTok would harm U.S. investors who hold some ownership in ByteDance. And in the other, the embassy emphasized that not all ByteDance board members are Chinese nationals. You know, it's interesting when we talk about TikTok because I'm at the point now where I'm against the banning of TikTok. Vivek Ramaswamy, when he was doing his primary campaign, was urging Republicans and conservatives to be more active on TikTok and tap into the potential of future younger voters. But I just wanted to pass this along, and I don't have the guy's name, but he tweeted me earlier in the week. And I got a tweet from an individual who listens to the show, and he said that Republicans actually are on TikTok far more than you think, and there is good Republican or conservative content on TikTok. And I think, Stalker, you might have been copied on the tweet as well. I could find it during a commercial.
Yeah, I think it's our buddy Robert Schwartz.
Was it Robert Schwartz?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He said that we should start using in the cut sheet some of the good content that's out there on TikTok, not just the crazy gender people with purple hair.
Well, that's not fun, though.
I agree.
I agree, but like that's not the point of. The point of the cut sheet is not to play things we agree with.
Oh, of course,
The point of the cut sheet is to play things we disagree with and mock it.
Yeah, I'll never be on TikTok, but if there are people out there that listen to this show and this station that are on TikTok and say that there is some stuff out there worth checking out, I'll take your word for it. I'm not saying that TikTok is 100%, one way or the other by any stretch. Like you said, we highlight certain things, but I'm in agreement with Vivek when he said it months ago. that, when you look at the battle that conservatives and Republicans are fighting, especially with a slanted scope of social media, you've got Truth, you've got Rumble, you've got X, but I especially think it would be paramount for the politicians to be on it. I mean, we've seen what the Biden administration has done. They have tapped into the young demo, even though some polling numbers show the young demo is not too happy with the Biden administration right now. It's definitely something to keep an eye on, and we'll see if this I don't think the Senate is going to do much with this. I think the same thing with Mayorkas. It's dead after it leaves the House. I was never expecting anything to happen with Mayorkas.
Isn't it nauseating, though, that these Chinese nationals or whoever get a seat at the table?
I know.
And can sit there and lobby to our politicians.
As if they don't
Just
control this country enough already,
Just
right?
a bunch of skunks these people are.
I totally
terrible.
I
Both
totally
sides,
agree.
Republicans, Democrats.
Yep.
They're all on the take.
Yeah, a meeting with Capitol Hill staffers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll come back. Couple of good stories to get to before we get to the cut sheet, and we have some audio video of these Google staffers that were arrested after protesting for 8 hours and obstructing people's path to and from the workplace. All about the Middle East. It's all still on the way. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So we know the Philadelphia 76ers will take on the Knicks on Saturday at 6 p.m. Right now, it looks like the Knicks are favored, -3. I would definitely take the Philadelphia 76ers +3 on that. Plus, if you want to do a same-game parlay for that game, let me see here. You can do Joel Embiid to score 25-plus points, Joel Embiid to record 10-plus rebounds, Jalen Brunson to score 30-plus points, and Jalen Brunson to record 10-plus assists. You can do all of this on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, where new customers can bet $5 and you get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, football fans, the NFL Draft is almost here, and the free Odyssey app brings you the latest coverage from the biggest sports radio stations across the country. Which players will help your team the most? Who will make a draft day trade? Will they be ready for Week 1? The local conversations about the team you love. All on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today.
Vacation?
My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
Kayal Company. That was Donald Trump Saturday night in Schnecksville, PA, at his latest rally. Joe canvassing the Keystone State from Scranton to Pittsburgh to Philadelphia. Also, Joe yesterday going into a gas station convenience store, I think once again trying to channel his inner Donald Trump, although the reaction, the crowd, the chants, not the same as they would be for Trump. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. Also, after our buddy Sean Farish today, we got to get to this story. We got to find a way to squeeze this one in, as we are looking at a handful of states, Pennsylvania included, where you're about to see at least a proposal, if not a ban, of thousands of everyday snacks that you might consume or your children might consume that have been linked to cancer causing upticks in society. And we're talking about stuff that I think a lot of people consume. Gatorade, Lucky Charms, Cheetos, Oreos. Surprise, surprise, some of it's bad for you. And now there might be a ban coming in certain states. Pennsylvania with a proposal on that. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. But we got to bring up this story because this is like the third update to the Neil Young Spotify fiasco. And there's also the music tie-in as well because right before Dawn left for Italy, we found out that Greg Stocker hates Elvis. We know he despises Bruce Springsteen. And earlier this week, Dawn, while you were still in Italy, Stocker had an explosion and a Category 5 meltdown over John Mellencamp.
John Mellencamp, yes.
Yes. So I'm curious to know what Stocker thinks about Neil Young in a minute. But he's going to now come back to Spotify. If you recall, the 78-year-old, he boycotted the streaming service over Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan has an incredibly successful podcast in which the First Amendment reigns supreme. He gives his opinion, free speech, and if you are anywhere left of center, you probably don't like Joe Rogan's opinion, I would say 7 or 8 out of 10 times. So now, Neil Young, who, if you recall, took his ball and went home, is now coming back to Spotify, and the 78-year-old who has nearly 6.9 million monthly listeners on Spotify and raking in approximately $170,000 per month off of streaming profits alone is coming back to make a $2 million annual salary on Spotify. And he announced his return after leaving in March of 2022. So he cut ties about 2 years ago, and he says, quote, "My decision comes as music services, Apple and Amazon, have started serving the same disinformation podcast and the features that I oppose at Spotify," Young wrote in a post on his website, making a clear reference to Joe Rogan, even if the property wasn't mentioned by name. He says, "I cannot just leave Apple and Amazon like I did Spotify because my music would have very little streaming outlet to music lovers at all." So is this not a fraudulent stance by Neil Young?
Well, yeah, because Joe Rogan's podcasts are still on Spotify.
Right.
It's not exclusive to Spotify.
Correct.
But it's still on Spotify. Yes.
They're on Apple. They're on Amazon. So Neil Young is like, well, Joe Rogan's content can be consumed on any streaming service. So I just can't leave everybody because at 78, I still need to make 170 grand a month. No, I'm not being bitter about it. More power to you. Hooray, capitalism. Get every dollar you can in this lifetime, even if you're 113 years old. But so this guy is going to come back, take $2 million from the place that he wanted to boycott. So I would argue that it's probably actually a win-win. Neil Young is still going to get his money, even though he looks hypocritical. Spotify says, okay, well, we'll give you a good salary because you generate a lot of downloads and subscribers, and they get Neil Young back on their platform. But it's just one of these things where almost similar to NPR, where it's like, oh, I don't like what I'm hearing, so I'm going to go elsewhere, or I'm going to show you how the sausage is made, and then I get punished for doing so. Is Neil Young in the Mellencamp camp for you?
No, he's not.
Okay.
No, I'm a Neil Young fan. I will always be a Neil Young fan. I don't, his politics. I don't care.
But honestly, if you're Young or anybody,
But here's the thing: is that he comes from a different era.
Yeah,
the '60s and the early '70s. He wrote Ohio. He's in that protest thing where it's like fight the man, even though he's really become the man.
Right.
So like him removing his music from Spotify to make a point is kind of on brand for him. But coming back because he made a $2.5 million profit.
Mm-hmm.
It screams a little hypocritical.
There's a big hypocrisy there, right?
Yeah.
And you talk about Mellencamp yesterday, where he wears the jumpsuit like he's trying to portray the everyday blue collar working man. He hasn't qualified for that category in 50 years. So I would, kind of the same thing with what Neil Young was about in the 60s and 70s, fighting against the man. Dude, you've been a bazillionaire for 4 decades now, right?
It's oranges and apples because, to Greg's point, I mean, Neil, you can't musically. I mean, Mellencamp, I don't know. You can't compare the two with Mellencamp or Neil Young.
Peeling
off those Bobby Brooks. I will say that at least John Mellencamp, so he had, people were disrespecting him, and he didn't like it. He walked off. He did come back. He did come back and finish it, but he was trying to teach. But it's completely different with Neil Young because now he's going to make the $2 million a year.
Yeah.
So was it a good business decision?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah.
Right?
In the end, he still makes his money. But it's just like, the big takeaway for me is, dude, quit pouting over the fact that somebody has a show on the same company or platform that you get compensated for that you just simply disagree with, right? Like, nobody's saying that Neil Young has to agree with Joe Rogan. Nobody's saying that Joe Rogan should have to agree with Bill Maher or anybody else. Like, the marketplace is big enough for all of these opinions and ideas to exist. Like, if 1210 WPHT was not just free speech and we had left shows, right shows, moderate shows, sports shows, music shows, if we were a hodgepodge of everything and I was making a great living at 1210 WPHT and I disagreed with what was on at 7 p.m. at night, I'm not going to take my ball and go home and pout like a little baby and then come back and say, well, you know what, 1210 WPHT offered me a lot of money. I can swallow my differences now because I'm being compensated to the tune of $1.70 a month. That's the hypocrisy of it for me.
So you wouldn't swallow that. Right, for $170,000 a month.
I take it under advisement.
See, because I think you just made the point.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, both of them, Mellencamp, what did he do? Because his manager came over there and said, dude, you're done. If you don't come back, you're done. And Neil Young, he comes back because of the money.
Oh, so Mellencamp's manager made that. I didn't know about.
I'm
okay. You're
somebody with some wisdom.
Okay.
Said that to him.
Okay. Fair enough.
That was reportedly, there was a conversation. He was having a hissy.
Yeah.
He said, dude, you got to go back. He did.
Yeah.
Neil Young, you got to get back in there.
Mhm.
What, you're going to give up $170,000?
Yep.
QJ on the YouTube chat writes, you just knew Wussy Greg would be a Neil Young fan.
Oh, well, you can't catch a break in the music crowd lately.
No, it's fine. It's all good.
855-839-1210, the number. Get to YouTube. We've got a great video. There's audio with it as well, but the video really highlights it perfectly. Google staffers are arrested after staging an 8-hour protest while they occupy their boss's office in an anti-Israel protest. Wait till you see this. And it's out in the Bay Area, also in New York as well. So we'll give you those stories on the other side. Cut sheet in about 14 minutes. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I'll be out there today sampling some of the new vehicles from Acura and Mercedes-Benz. And I'll report back tomorrow with details. But a couple more days with the Honda Pilot. That's right. It's where we filmed the debut episode of Kayal Pool Karaoke. The 2024 Pilot Trail Sport. Third row seating you are absolutely going to love. It's a feature that everybody is looking for these days if you're in the market for a big vehicle, SUV or minivan. Features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, wireless Apple CarPlay, so all those devices can be connected at all times. And you can explore all of the new Honda Pilots, including the Trail Sport, at one of their 5 Piazza Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Or shop all their inventory at piazzaautogroup.com.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Do you want to get right?
Kayal and Company, 7:36. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday, wherever you are. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzlin, Greg Stocker, 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in just about 8 minutes. Our buddy Sean Farish at 9 o'clock. And then a very interesting guest, a very interesting source with some stuff that is going on in Delco. So, Delco listeners, be tuned at 9:30. We'll give you some details coming up in a little bit as we get closer to that, just under 2 hours from now. If you're not on the YouTube feed watching the show and you'd like to see this video we're going to get to in a moment with this story, I would encourage you to do so. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. So we've had a lot of protests this week, both in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, San Francisco. Earlier this week here in Philadelphia, obviously these anti-Israel, pro-Gaza, pro-Hamas protests in Philadelphia, where right at the corner, I think it was Monday morning at 8:15, right at the corner of Market and Schuylkill Avenue, right by our world headquarters here, we had people to the tune of hundreds of people protesting on tax day by the IRS building here in Philadelphia. 68 arrests, some of which were done by Philadelphia police, others done by the Pennsylvania State Police. We've seen the Brooklyn Bridge, the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge be obstructed, and also in Chicago by O'Hare International Airport. And now it has spilled over into the offices of bosses with big tech. This story courtesy of the Daily Mail, and we'll play you the video in just a second. Google staffers arrested after staging an 8-hour occupation of their boss's office in an anti-Israel protest. Several Google coworkers were arrested Tuesday after they staged these sit-ins at the company's offices in both New York City and California to protest the tech giant's contract with the Israeli government. A total of 9 protesters across both locations on Tuesday were arrested, and staffers on the Sunnyvale campus were live streaming their protest on Twitch which is kind of like a Twitter Live or Facebook Live, when another employee walked in around the 8th hour. And we've got the audio and the video for you now. And I'm so glad that these people have been arrested and shipped off and shipped out. Phil, let's go to the video here, and I believe you'll also hear the audio of what's occurring during this live stream. Take a listen and watch this.
Google, you can't hide.
Google, you can't hide.
We charge you with genocide.
We charge you with genocide.
Google, you can't hide.
Google, you can't hide.
You are funding genocide.
You are funding genocide.
Sundar, you can't hide.
Sundar, you can't hide.
I believe they are referring to Sundar. I forget his last name. He's the CEO of Google. I don't know. Sounds like a perfect time to maybe download the DuckDuckGo app and look for a different search browser and search engine if you had enough of Google and their nonsense. Perfectly illustrated there, by the way, in that video. Everybody's sitting cross-legged. Did you notice they all have masks on?
Pretty low energy.
They are. I know.
There's like 7 of them, too.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that one specifically was in New York or San Francisco, but I'm assuming by the masks, it's probably San Francisco. Not to let New York off the hook, because plenty of New Yorkers are walking around in masks as well, but San Francisco still remains like the mask capital of the United States 4 years since the pandemic started. But I'm just, and Dawn, I said this earlier this week with, people blocking bridges and preventing people from getting from point A to point B, whether that's police, firefighters, EMS workers, people leaving or going to work, picking up their kid. I am all for protesting. I'm all for free speech. If you want to gather on the sidewalk, but you cannot obstruct people's path from one spot to another. And 8 hours in this person's office, this individual, if he was on site in his office, not working remotely, had way more constraint than I would ever have. I really think it's time to start jailing these people and arresting them if they are blocking your ability to move. Are you in agreement? Like I said a few days ago, 30 days. You're going to jail for 30 days if you obstruct people's path from point A to point B. You do it again, 60 days. Yeah. A year for a third offense. Like, I'm done. I'm done with this stuff.
Yeah. 30 days to say that amount when you've blocked and you have emergency vehicles. We have all kinds of laws that they've they've created within the past year about moving for fire trucks and ambulances and all these new laws they created. These people are essentially defying that in different ways. So, yeah.
Yep.
I agree.
These individuals were saying, could you get in contact with TK about this? One woman responded, referring to Google Cloud CEO Thomas Kurian, whose office they were sitting in. So they were sitting in the Google Cloud CEO's office. And then when the workers refused to leave, a stream of police officers filed in and instructed them to put their hands behind their backs. Police officers removed the protesters from the office of Thomas Kurian as hundreds of people watched over this live stream online. These employees were taken into custody. Video posted to social media shows police leading them out of the building in handcuffs, physically impeding other employees' work and preventing them from accessing our facilities is a clear violation of our policies, and we will investigate and take action, a Google spokesperson told the Washington Post. These employees were then put on administrative leave, and their access to the computer systems was cut after refusing multiple requests to leave the premises. Law enforcement was engaged to remove them to ensure office safety. And, just think about the leeway that these individuals have been given now for almost 7 months. And our buddy Sean Farish made a good point yesterday on Twitter, and he'll join us at 9 o'clock today. If these were MAGA Republicans with red hats and Trump flags on the Golden Gate Bridge or the Brooklyn Bridge or at Market and Schuylkill in Philadelphia, and they were obstructing traffic and preventing people from getting to where they need to be, or occupying an office in big tech. And we know big tech, there's not many Trump supporters probably working in big tech. I'd guess probably about 2% of their workforce, and maybe that's generous. And if they do exist, they remain silent and they don't share their political leanings publicly. But if these were MAGA Republicans, the National Guard would be mobilized, the DOJ, the FBI, do you think any Trump supporter would be given 8 hours to occupy an office? they would probably be arrested in 8 minutes and deemed a threat to democracy. So I'm done giving these people leeway. Again, you want to line up outside of Odyssey World headquarters on the sidewalk? That's fine. As long as I can walk past you and get to my truck, knock yourself out. Protest until your head falls off. I don't really care. You just can't keep obstructing people, especially emergency workers that could be, or not even emergency workers. What if your child is injured and you're trying to get him to the hospital, or he fell off a swing set at school, cracked his head? You can't get there because I got somebody waving the Hamas flag on a bridge. Get out of the way. They don't mess around in Florida. We played the video yesterday in Florida, Dawn. They were dragging these people, the police officers. They were dragging them right off the street and plopping them on the curb.
Yeah.
I love it.
Isn't it a threat to democracy?
It's a threat to a lot of things. It's what it is. Florida, don't mess around in that state because they're not going to tolerate it. And I think DeSantis put some legislation or a bill in place that is going to put an end to all of that. They're not going to be having that in the state of Florida. All right, 7:45 right on the dot. Let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have incredible offers for spring. Choose Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Don't forget to tell them you heard about them on 1210 WPHT. So Joe Biden yesterday, he departed Scranton and went to Pittsburgh, I believe?
Yes. He's gone from not really central PA, but close to central PA to western PA.
Yeah.
All the way back to eastern PA.
And he's coming to Philly today.
Yep.
Gonna snarl up traffic. Hopefully you're working from home today or somewhere you're already at your destination by the time this traffic nightmare happens. So he told the same story 3 times yesterday. And I have 2 of them because I'm calling shenanigans on it.
Okay.
He claims that his grandfather was shot down in, I think it was World War II, right? I'm not sure. And,
He's not sure.
And he was eaten by cannibals.
Yeah, okay. Are the fact checkers all over this one?
He says he was shot down in an area where there were a lot of cannibals.
Hannibal Lecter ate my pop-pop. Not a joke. Bones and all.
Joe Biden has been in front of a microphone for 90 years.
Yep.
You think that we would have heard this story before.
This is news to me.
What a horrific story.
Yes.
His poor grandfather was shot down and was eaten by cannibals.
Social media had a field day with this yesterday.
My Lord. All right, so let's first start him. This is from yesterday when he was departing Scranton for Pittsburgh. He told the story first. This is cut 2, Phil. Go.
Ambrose Finnegan, we called him Uncle Bozy. He was shot down. He was in the Army Air Corps before there was an Air Force. He flew single-engine planes, reconnaissance flights over New Guinea. He had volunteered because someone couldn't make it. He got shot down in an area where there were a lot of cannibals at the time. They never recovered his body, but the government went back when I went down there and they checked and found parts of the plane and the like. And what I was thinking about when I was standing there was when Trump refused to go up to the memorial for veterans in Paris, and he said they're a bunch of suckers and losers.
So he tied his, I don't know if it's his uncle, like Uncle Bozy, or his it says grandfather here.
Uncle Bozy, cannibalism, and he ties it back to Donald Trump.
Wow.
Now, I would love to know, because I saw this going viral yesterday on Twitter, but I did not see any follow-ups to the videos that were released, like the one you just played, that were community noted as misinformation or not true.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is not true, and this is typical Joe embellishing, but a family member shot down over New Guinea and then eaten. Yeah, I'm going to guess. I'm going to call BS. But I haven't confirmed that.
There's a Biden.
Yeah, Biden's a tasty. Give me some ranch. Give me some I need my board back up if we can.
Oh,
I need a little condiment to go with my cooked Biden. Mustard. I put a little mustard on my Biden.
Anybody buying this story?
No. Let's put a poll question up, and if that thing isn't 100% no, then we've got some really, really skeptical people in this audience.
I mean,
how can you believe that?
If there are people in parts of this earth who are eating other people,
which doesn't
that make him asshole countries? I'm just asking for a friend.
So you're saying Trump is right when he talks about nations that act like complete animals.
Okay.
They are assholes.
Can I just give you two headlines this morning?
Yes.
AP, Associated Press. Biden is off on details of his uncle's World War II death as he calls Trump unfit to lead the military. That's one headline. Another one, New York Post. Biden suggests uncle eaten by cannibals in New Guinea, but military says WW2 plane was actually lost at sea. Just two headlines.
And two differing outlets.
True.
The New York Post,
True.
the Associated Press. I've actually had sources that told me that Joe's uncle was eaten by the TikTok croc in Neverland.
I'm a crocodile.
Doesn't Meatball have something to say about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, because when you get hungry, everybody must eat. Exactly, even if it means a human being. Wow.
I wonder if Uncle Phineas or Uncle Bozy, whatever his name was.
Uncle Phineas.
I wonder how tasty he was.
Stop.
Cousin Seamus looks like he would grill up nicely.
What do you think an arm tastes like? Chicken?
They say everything tastes like chicken, right? Yeah, you have like a wild animal, you eat a little game, and you're like, yeah, it tastes like chicken.
All right, so then he repeated it in Pittsburgh.
Well, of course.
Here's that same story. Apparently, he told it for a third time. This is the third time he told it in 24 hours about Uncle Bozy, a lot of cannibals, New Guinea, and then the suckers and losers story that he ties back to Trump.
Okay.
This is cut 13. Phil, go.
Back when D-Day occurred, and on Sunday, the next day, my mother's four brothers all went down to the recruiting station and joined the military. Every one of them volunteered. And my uncle, they called him Ambrose, they called him Bozy. My Uncle Bozy.
Uncle Bozy.
Was a hell of an athlete, they tell me, when he was a kid.
Played at Delaware.
And he became an Army Air Corps before the Air Force came along.
Yeah.
He flew those single-engine planes as reconnaissance over war zones. He got shot down in New Guinea. And they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real.
I'm sorry.
And then my son volunteered to go to Iraq for a year, and he came back with stage 4 glioblastoma.
Yep.
And they gave, like many of you, risked your lives, and you know people who gave their lives to the country. They're heroes. But one of the things that as I was doing that today, I was reminded of what my opponent said in Paris not too long ago. They asked him to go visit American grave sites. He said no, he wouldn't do it because they were all suckers and losers. I'm not making that up.
Not a joke.
Staff with wisdom acknowledged it today. Suckers and losers. That man doesn't deserve to have been the commander-in-chief for my son.
Pop-Pop's telling the Uncle Bozy story again. He's fibbing.
When D-Day occurred.
Sorry.
That was more?
Well, he says, no. I just wanted to go back to the very beginning where he said when D-Day occurred, he said his uncle joined the military on D-Day, right?
Okay.
It's reported that Ambrose died on May 14th, 1944. D-Day, as everybody knows, was June 6th, 1944.
So Joe, once again, is embellishing, getting his dates wrong, misremembering, flat out lying. Who would win in a fight, Corn Pop or Uncle Bozy?
According to records, Ambrose, who he's talking about, was not a pilot, and he was not shot down. He was a courier, a passenger on an A-20 bomber that ditched at sea with engine troubles.
Yeah, Uncle Bozy was, Ambrose was not a pilot. He drove a cab in Scranton.
Jeez. He was eaten by cannibals. I'm sorry.
Well, we'll see if he I hope they stop him from telling this story.
I don't know. He's told it 3 times, and
they ate his liver with a side of fava beans.
Corn Pop was a bad dude. I wonder how tasty Corn Pop was.
Does it taste like corn or chicken? That's the question.
Sounds tasty.
Yeah.
I don't
Never
know.
really thought about eating another human being, but
boy.
Groceries keep going up. I might have to.
It's true. Yesterday also, hang on, I have to get my sheet up here. Yesterday also, Joe Biden told, he was at a steelworkers, the United Steelworkers. That's where he gave that speech in Pittsburgh. And he told them that they were the first outfit ever to endorse him during his race for Senate in 1972. Funny story. He also told that to the UAWs. So
in Michigan?
I'm not sure which one is actually the truth.
You can have multiple firsts.
I guess you can have multiple firsts.
Yeah, remember what we said this morning in the Big Take from Catherine Marr. Everybody has their own truth.
Yep, exactly. Right? Here's Biden telling the United Steelworkers they were the first outfit to ever endorse him.
The mayor and I are buddies. I told the mayor, and I mean it sincerely, the first outfit ever to endorse me as a 29-year-old kid running in a tough year for United States Senate, make me the second youngest man ever elected to the Senate, was a guy named Huey Carcella. And back in those days, we had a big steelworkers. We had a lot of steelworkers in Claymont, Delaware, where I was from, because they worked in Worth Steel Company. And I'll never forget coming to me and saying, "We're going to get you help." And I came out to Pittsburgh, and steelworkers endorsed me. It changed everything.
There we go.
Look how can we freeze it right there, Phil? Just go back to the last part right there. I mean, short of the lady to Joe's left, who is grinning and smiling a little bit, the rest of these guys look like they're being held hostage, don't they? Don't they just look like so miserable to be sitting up there holding those signs? Like, I mean, were they compensated? Are they forced to do it? I mean, they just look like, is this thing over yet? Is this guy going to land the plane anytime soon? And hopefully when he lands the plane, he doesn't get eaten alive. Cannibals. So we've got the steel workers, we've got the auto workers, we've got Pittsburgh, we've got Michigan.
Yep.
We've got multiple firsts, and your truth is open for interpretation.
You guys were talking about the juror selection that will resume today at 9:30.
Yep.
So this lady was, we played a very brief clip of this yesterday during the cut sheet, but this is a longer clip of her. She was supposed to be a juror in Manhattan for the case against Donald Trump. She was dismissed, but only due to a scheduling conflict.
Okay.
So she would have been picked, right?
Okay.
She passed all the other criteria. She would have been picked, but due to her scheduling conflict, she was dismissed. Does this woman sound impartial to you?
Okay.
This is cut 5. Philip, go.
Can you share your opinion of the former president and why you felt that you could be unbiased?
I'm not a fan. During COVID-19, I lived with someone who was immunocompromised, and I think his handling of COVID-19 was abysmal. I have a sister who's adopted from China, and the comments he made about China when he was running for president made her very anxious, and therefore made me angry. There are policies he has supported that regard women and reproductive health that I do not agree with. And I think all of that needs to be addressed.
There you go.
Okay, so that right there's the smorgasbord of the Trump derangement syndrome. We've talked about this. That right there, that's the female. That's what you're dealing with come November 5th. She mentioned anxiety. She mentioned anger, abortion, COVID, and China. There you go.
Anxiety.
Anything but the issue.
Anything but the issue at hand, right. Well, I mean, I guess, and if my memory serves me correct, with jury selection, both sides, prosecution and defense, they only get so many challenges, and there's challenge for cause, and then there's peremptory strike. I think one of them or both of them, you have a limit on how many, because you can't, eventually, you're just going to have to bite the bullet. If you're Trump's team,
yes,
you're going to challenge this one, but
you're
you
correct.
only get so many of them. So at the end of the day, there's going to be a few people, and prosecution included, where you're going to have people that are not necessarily in your gut, probably on your side. But your goal, obviously, if you're the Trump camp, you just got to find one person that you think can not only be impartial, but maybe even favorable to your cause.
Well, to Dawn's point about letting the American people decide, that really is the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner, I guess is what they say. I don't know if you can say executioner these days.
Right.
But you can't, say what you will about Trump, but it's impossible for him to get a fair trial because there's nobody that is indifferent to him. I'm sorry, there's just not. You either love him and believe everything he says, or you hate him and think he's the Antichrist. So how can you pick an impartial jury for this?
It's going to be very difficult.
Well, in New York, because these people have been
anywhere. It doesn't just have to be New York. Anywhere.
Yeah, even with the request to change venue, which was denied, I just don't think. Now, certainly there's more favorable spots. Like Trump's going to have a better chance in Florida with the classified documents case than he will in Washington, D.C. or New York, just because blue versus red. But like we said this earlier this week, if we did like the man about town on the streets, you just mentioned Donald Trump. There's not a person out there that's going to say, who? I don't have an opinion on that guy.
Right, but I disagree with Greg a little bit in the sense that I believe overall in our jury system. And I believe there are Americans who think that our jury system, although not perfect, is an incredible system that we entrust our justice system for.
Yeah.
And I think that there are people who, whether they love Trump or whether they hate him or have partisan feelings, could go to listen to the judge's instructions, listen to the prosecutor and the defense, and come up with what did they follow the instructions? I think that's the issue of impartiality.
Correct.
Well, but these people have been, my final thing, these people, that woman, they're so indoctrinated by the media that they feel there's a greater good.
Well, I give you Exhibit A, the person who last week, who I assume right now is being eaten by worms and deserves to be, O.J. Simpson. Look at that jury. There were people that came off that jury that said this was revenge for Rodney King.
Yep.
That wasn't a fair jury.
Nope.
Wait a minute. But I disagree with you here in the sense that it shows you the power of a judge, Judge Ito at the time. That judge was out of control.
Yeah, he had no control of the court.
Right. He had no control, even his instructions. He allowed things in he never should have allowed in. And so in that case, we'll never know. I mean, the jury followed. I think the jury, first of all, was exposed to information that they never should have been. But ultimately, they listened to the judge's instructions.
And they were sequestered, too. Yeah. Remember, the O.J. case, I mean, they sent those jurors to a hotel. I don't know how long it was, weeks, if not months, where they were sequestered. And Ito fell trapped to that, too. I mean, Lance Ito was getting autograph requests from Arsenio Hall.
Well, that was a huge race issue.
Yes.
There's no question about it. Like, the jurors even said that.
The case got changed from the facts to the race card because
of
Johnny Cochran and Shapiro introduced it.
What are we talking about here? The media, television.
Yeah,
right. They were all playing to the cameras.
Remember Marsha Clark? She changed her hair.
Oh yeah,
she had the horrible
perm.
She dressed horribly. They straightened her hair, dyed and straightened her hair. I mean, they were all so influenced by television. To the point of, was it Dom who called early this morning and talked about, think of the famous Kennedy-Nixon debate, first presidential debate ever impacted by television. Now we have indoctrination and partisans on TV biased, indoctrinating people, training them in to say, you know what, you must do as an American, you must do the greater good, which is anything about Trump, just vote to convict because he's a threat to democracy.
I just, and I'm biased, obviously, and I'm partisan. But
obviously.
I don't understand how difficult it is to sit down and I don't, when you go to any legal proceeding, all that matters is the facts. So whether you love him or hate him, if you can't just sit down and let the prosecution and the defense present their case, listen to the facts, listen to the testimony, observe all the cross-examination, pay attention, and then just arrive at a conclusion of, and again, it's based on beyond a reasonable doubt. There's a certain burden of proof. There's a threshold that the prosecution has to meet. And if you think that they rose to that level, then you vote guilty. If not, you vote not guilty. It's not really a complicated process if you can check your feelings and emotions at the door.
I wish that OJ would have suffered the same fate that Uncle Bozy did, and he would have been eaten by cannibals.
Yeah. It's easy. I've heard it's easy to eat a body after you decapitate a head.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, the head gets in the way.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, is important, imperative. By the way, we're almost on the 1-year anniversary of us streaming live on YouTube.
How about that?
Officially 1 year. So please, for this anniversary, please hit the subscribe button if you have not done so, and also hit the like button. Yesterday, Joe Biden in Pittsburgh, there were protesters all outside of his event that he went to. This is a little bit of how that sounded yesterday. This is cut 6, Phil, go. A lot of people.
Oh, yeah. Easily a couple hundred there.
A lot of Bidenomics signs, but a lot of the genocide.
Yep.
Genocide Joe.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Are they chanting Bidenomics has got to go?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, I tell you what, it's really telling when you show up for public appearances, wherever it might be, and there are protesters in support of a cause from the Middle East that outnumber the amount of Biden fans in attendance, right? Like, could you imagine a scenario where Donald Trump shows up, and let's say this was happening under his presidency, which it wouldn't because, things like the Abraham Accords and stuff like that, we had peace in the Middle East, where there was more protesters than Trump supporters, CNN and MSNBC would be running those videos on loop.
It's true. It's absolutely true. By the way, the conventions this year, especially the Democrat convention, Chicago, I'm telling you, it's going to be a wild scene.
It's going to be very ugly.
It's going to be a wild scene. Think 1968, which also happened, by the way, in Chicago.
Wow.
All kinds of arrests, all kinds of riots. It was ugly.
What were they thinking?
Ugly.
What were they thinking when they made?
I know.
It was a horrible choice for a venue.
Such a good point. I mean, the Republicans is in Milwaukee. I mean, not a lot going on in Milwaukee. I think that'll be just fine. Chicago?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
56 years later, they didn't learn.
Joe Biden stopped by a Sheetz gas station yesterday because he wanted to try and replicate Trump's bodega visit, I guess.
Yeah.
He walks in and nobody really cared. It's amazing. This is an amazing video where he comes in and goes, "Hey, everybody!" And there's like 6 people in there. Cut 9, Phil, go. So he's in Sheetz. There's like a nice young family there.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's getting their slushy refill.
By the way, cameras are there.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, can I just say this?
Yeah.
Sheetz over Wawa, really?
Yeah, that was one of the points I was gonna bring up.
Yeah.
Sheetz on not bad. I've been to some Sheetz, but it's no Wawa. Not even close.
You want to divide Pennsylvania voters? Him going to Sheetz, that divides them. Just telling you.
You think Trump should make an appearance at Wawa?
That would be brilliant.
He's here to pick up pizza after 4 p.m.?
Absolutely.
You imagine him coming out and giving people in the parking lot pizzas?
I don't like Sheetz, okay? Okay? Sheetz is low energy.
Wawa, it's a great American tradition.
Yes. Yeah.
It's sad that
Wawa
they're
has
closing.
pizza.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, they do.
Dawn, Sheetz, or Wawa?
Wawa.
Of course.
Hands down.
Yeah.
Sheetz.
Can I make a confession, though?
Yeah.
What?
As much as I frequent Wawa, it's another thing I got to cut back on. I spend way too much money at Wawa. I've never had a Wawa coffee in my life.
What?
What is wrong with you?
I know. As a guy who went from Dunkin' to Starbucks, and I'm searching and seeking a new coffee option because my patience is wearing thin with Starbucks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to try. I mean, the countless breakfast sandwiches I've had, hoagies and energy drinks, Gatorades, you name it. I've had everything Wawa offers except coffee.
The fact
good coffee.
The fact that you are a bougie Starbucks drinker, it just makes me rethink.
It's a waste of money.
It makes me rethink hiring you.
I know what mental illness looks like.
It's a waste. Yeah,
it is.
You're wasting your time and money.
Money.
Because Wawa, they move you through quickly.
Yeah.
Starbucks now takes forever. In Italy, their Wawa is called a Comfort Stop.
Oh.
They make homemade pasta and they make cappuccino and espresso right there.
Now
It's amazing.
I'm assuming you had pasta and carbs over there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it amazing how light and fresh the pasta is in Italy? And
the cheese is light.
But like, you eat the pasta here in America, even if you buy some good stuff in a bag or a box at a higher end grocery store, you just feel bloated after eating it. When I was in Italy for my honeymoon in 2008, even though I put on 15 pounds, I never felt like I was full.
You put on 15 pounds on your honeymoon?
Well, I drank red wine like a fish.
Wow.
I came home, I was like, I'm going to go on the treadmill. Look at me.
I think everybody on our conservative tours with Ken Chase, I think everybody lost weight.
Yeah.
Because even though we ate so well, there is I'm telling you, there's something we're putting in our American food. And in Italy,
there is.
They talk about this. They say these ingredients, olive oil, salt and pepper. I mean, it's all their ingredients are very simple and they're strict about it. Here in America, it's almost like they're poisoning us.
Yes.
Let's go back to Joe Biden at Sheets, shall we? Low energy Sheets. It looks like he's going up to the counter to order something. Let's keep going with the clip there, Phil. Go. See what he orders here.
I get an ice cream.
By the way, this is C-SPAN that's getting this treatment.
Exclusive.
You need to get back. You need to get back. I just want to see what he orders.
Yeah, he's got the shades on.
He has a bag of something.
Right.
Oh, they gave him a box of like chips and stuff, drinks.
A couple of Diet Cokes, a water, a bag of Lay's.
Yep. Well, Sheets has like hoagies and stuff?
I think so.
Do they?
I think so.
Okay.
Now he's going behind the counter.
Yeah, they do.
He's going for the drive-through window. You think Joe knows he's in a Sheets?
Where am I?
And why is he wearing the sunglasses indoors?
It's a great question.
Take them off, dude.
Dude, that's a very good question, Nick.
The Sheets manager. God, it's so low energy.
It is.
It's like the mayor of a town in like Kansas showing up. Oh yeah, here's the mayor. 13 people.
Tom Walsh said Joe got an Uncle Bozy burger.
An Uncle Bozy burger. Well done. I'll take a cannibal wrap. Can I get my Bozy on brioche, sir?
What is she asking about Xi Jinping?
Yeah.
Don't jump. There it is again. Don't jump.
Sergeant Mark Fu, who's on the YouTube chat, says Sheets is better than Wawa. Wow. How can you be a Philadelphian, brother?
Yeah.
I love Mark, but
I'm not
Sergeant Mark,
anti-Sheets.
but come on.
It's just not as good as Wawa. No. The other thing, too, let's point this out.
Yeah.
When Trump goes to these venues, what does he usually do? He usually buys people food, right? Remember, he got 30 milkshakes last week or whatever it was. He's done pizza. He bought a bunch of burgers for people. That cheapskate Biden getting out of there with just him and his 2 Secret Service guys for lunch.
Yeah.
Nobody else got hooked up.
Well, he claims he was buying sandwiches for construction workers.
Oh, okay.
But it just comes off. He's trying to copy Trump.
Yes.
Right?
Image and policy wise.
Is it authentic to you?
No. It's complete. It's. I mean, from Build Back Better to now, he's going to try to, or at least the talk was last week, he's going to issue an executive order at the border. It's like, dude, you realize that Trump gets it in many different settings and policy decisions, and you're just pilfering.
It's just funny because playing that audio that we played, Nick, yesterday of Trump at the bodega in Harlem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he got a warm welcome.
Oh yeah, I mean,
huge welcome in Harlem.
That's correct. And Trump said he's going to make a play at New York. He thinks they can win it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't believe that, but it was nice to see support. And I said this
him
yesterday.
and Dawn think that.
Well, it's just the thing we have to remember with all of this, and if you're being completely fair about it, Trump can get 40,000. Trump can get 200 people at a Wawa. Biden gets 12 people here and 6 people there, but it's just a snapshot in time. It's not indicative of how people, are going to come out and vote.
I got to tell you, my mentions are blowing up. The YouTube chat is blowing up. There's a big divide between Sheets and Wawa.
All right, poll question.
All right.
Phil, throw up the poll on any place we can put up a poll.
Look, Wawa is a sponsor, so I'm not going to say that we're not a little biased because of that. But even if they weren't, I'm telling you, Wawa is better than Sheetz. I'm telling you.
No, I
It just
agree.
is.
And it has nothing to do with the fact that I do live reads for them. I love Wawa's. Yesterday, I had to go get gas, and I shouldn't have done this because I'm trying to cut weight for golf. And I go in and I get the ham, the brown mustard.
Like he's a 9th grade wrestler.
Yeah, I should get in golf shape, so I don't have the guts sticking out with the shirt tucked in, looking like Chris Christie. And I go in and I get there. I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm waiting because it takes about 11 minutes to fill up my truck. So I go in and I get the bagel with the ham, the brown mustard, and the melted cheese.
Yeah.
And I'm scarfing that. I've got like a 7-block drive home from Wawa to my apartment, and I housed that bagel in about 3 minutes.
Well, the poll is lopsided. If you want to vote on the poll question, 1210WPHT.com or 1210W. Wait, hang on. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Come on, you've only been doing this for a year.
Oh, man.
You panderer.
Sheetz or Wawa is the poll
what's
question.
your Wawa has more than 1,000 locations.
Yep.
And Sheetz has about 700 and some.
Sheetz is bigger, I think, in like central PA. I know there's a Sheetz in the Lehigh Valley.
And there's this, up off of Route 100, like Trexler Town area.
Yep.
And then you see some of the Sheetzes as you go down, I think through Delaware. Sheetzes. Maryland. I think they go into Virginia.
Yeah.
My in-laws have a concession and catering business, and they will go through about 4 or 5 different states. And I can recall vividly for many years, my mother-in-law always stopping at a Sheetz to, either fill up or get coffee or whatever.
Everybody watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button.
We should do a Wawa coffee taste test for the first time for me on the air.
I can't believe that is, you're a bizarre man.
I am. Do they offer cold brew and iced coffee?
I'm sure every place does.
Okay, I didn't know if they just do hot.
Yes.
I think that's probably the reason why I haven't done Wawa
Do they
coffee.
have gum at Wawa?
Do you sell chips?
Unbelievable.
They have breakfast.
I know.
Specialty sandwiches.
Oh, yes. I think I've had
all
everything
kinds
at
of-
Wawa except for the coffee.
Coffee's good.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to the cuts here. Did you
And the
know
pizza's good.
The pizza's great? Yeah. Did you guys know this? By the way, this is not a commercial for Wawa. Look at our rundown today. Wawa is not sponsoring any part of today's show.
Right.
I have to say this. Marianne loves Greg Stocker and loves the cut sheet. I promised her I'd say this.
Oh, Marianne. Thank you, Marianne. Love you.
But.
Oh.
Is there a but? Or
No.
Oh, okay. Well, very good. Well, we love you too, Marianne.
Thank you, Marianne, for you, as many other people out there, love the cut sheet. Okay. This person, did you know there's a new gender? It's called gender season.
Gender season, not pollen season.
No, it means your gender is connected to and can change depending on the season.
No, it's like allergies. Yeah, I got seasonal gender dysphoria. In the fall, I feel like a man, and in the spring, I feel like a woman.
Can we say this whole thing is jump the shark? Are we
beyond jump the shark? Okay. I want to get off the boat.
Cut 11, Phil, where they explain this to us. Cut 11, go.
Did you know, however, there is a gender identity that is linked to the seasons? This is called gender season.
Code.
And this is a gender identity I've only just learnt about. It's a micro-identity. It's not an identity that I have ever heard discussed before. It's a new one for me. Gender season is an individual who explores their gender identity in relation to a season or all the seasons. So this might be somebody whose gender expression and identity is linked to one season. So for example, winter. Or this might be somebody whose gender identity and expression changes depending on the season. Did you know, however, there is a gender identity?
There we go.
Yeah, well, there's the pink Mary Poppins. There you have it. And, in the fall, you can be a man, and in the spring, you could be a woman. In the summer, you could be gender fluid, and in the fall, you could be non-binary. Just go with the seasons. Quarterly genders. Jesus. I mean, if that doesn't illustrate, forget the appearance.
Yeah.
Phil, if you could just freeze frame the appearance there, we could maybe break down the warning signs. The pink hair, massive glasses, nose is pierced, the upper lip is pierced, which actually, I don't even know, that's not even really the lip. That's like above the lip, between the lip and the nose. That had to be a painful piercing. She had her hand tattooed. She's got a silver bike chain around her neck. Those big earrings where it looks like somebody just cut out your earlobe. It looks like a hole went through them.
Those glasses, by the way, she looks like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah. She either stole those from Dahmer or she took those off of Robert Shapiro's carcass. My goodness.
I don't think Robert Shapiro's dead, by the way.
Shapiro not dead? Is he the only member of the Dream Team alive?
There's a
F. Lee Bailey died.
I looked this up a couple days ago.
Cochran is dead. F. Lee Bailey. Kardashian is dead.
I think Shapiro's still alive. I think
Shapiro
he's in his
might
80s.
be the only one.
Yeah,
he's bald now.
Well, what's his name? Dershowitz is still.
Oh, that's true.
he's
Yeah,
still
the
alive.
Dershes. He's still kicking.
Yeah.
But wasn't there something with Shapiro? He was born in September of 1942. He's still alive.
Thank you, Dawn Stensland.
But I thought that there. By the
we
way,
missed the fact checking. By the way,
I
nobody
know.
fact checked us while we were.
Dawn's a good fact checker.
Yeah.
He but wasn't there something that where he was canceled because it came out that he's a conservative?
Oh,
I do recall
Remember
that.
that?
Yes.
So he's from New Jersey, but I believe that there was something in there where they tried to. They learned that he was a conservative. They didn't like that.
Yep.
And boom.
Yep.
By the way, you want to make me happy? Let's get to 6,000 subscribers by the 20th,
Make
which I
Greg
think is Saturday. Is the 20th Saturday, Nick Kayal?
Yes, because today's the 18th.
Yeah, so please hit the subscribe button. Okay, you did your big take this morning. By the way, if you missed it, you can go back to the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. I believe it took place at 6:13 this morning.
Yeah.
6:13. So if you want to hit the rewind, if you're tired of the nonsense that is the cut sheet, you can hear the big take this morning. This is another clip that was just unearthed. This is from 2021 on The Daily Show. The current CEO of NPR, Catherine Marr, back when she worked for Wikipedia.
Of course.
She went on Trevor Noah's Daily Show and started talking about rewriting history because it currently favors white people. Remember, this is the new CEO of NPR.
Uh-huh.
Or for you listening in the Philadelphia area, WHYY.
Yes. So when Yuri Berliner says this new CEO is very divisive, this might be Exhibit A.
This is cut 12, Phil, go.
Fact of the matter is that most written knowledge today has been written by white, colonial, European, North American men. And so one of the things that we're really focused on is how do we think about correcting the record? How do we think about writing people into history? How do we think about writing people into the present who haven't been represented in the same way? Knowledge, when we talk about knowledge for the whole world, it needs to be reflective of the whole world. And so one of the first things we do is we measure the gaps. Who is missing on Wikipedia? Women are missing, people of color are missing, people from the global south are missing, indigenous communities are missing, the history of Black Americans is missing from Wikipedia. Then we think about who's doing this work today and how can we support them. And it's not just about, say, throwing money at the problem. It's also about going directly to these communities and saying, what do we need to change about ourselves? What about the experience of editing Wikipedia? What about the culture of Wikipedia? What about the policies of Wikipedia need to change? Because in reality, the beautiful thing about Wikipedia is it is changeable all the time. It's edited 350 times a minute. So if we want to change it, that's fully within our power. So yes, we are
Change it to whatever you want to.
First with a record that is hugely biased throughout history. But the power to change that agency lies with every single one of us who contribute to it.
Take down statues, rename bridges if they're offensive, rewrite history because, as we know, and she said earlier this morning in the big take, we all have our own truth. We can believe whatever we want to believe, and it's not even up for debate according to these people. There's zero doubt in my mind that lady right there, if I were to ask her, do you think Caitlin Clark is being underpaid in the WNBA? She'd be like, oh, yeah, absolutely. And then I'd be like, do you think biological men should play in female sports? And she would be like, oh, yeah, absolutely. And I'd be like, oh, okay. You could just tell where she is on everything.
Speaking of Caitlin Clark, Dawn, you didn't get to weigh in on this about her salary for the WNBA. But yesterday she gave a press conference, and a reporter had this weird exchange with her. Did you see this?
I did.
So he asked her to do the heart hand gesture, right?
Yep.
What do you have any background on this? Reporter?
I do not. My daughters do it as well.
Okay.
They'll do it on face. Like sometimes I can't even get them to talk. They'll just be like,
it's creepy.
Yeah.
It's creepy. This is cut 10, Phil. Go.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well,
pretty
let's
cool.
start doing it to me, and we'll get along just fine. So,
Just pause it real quick. Greg Doyle is a super left sports writer for the Indianapolis Star, I believe. So there's a little context for who he is.
It's creepy, though, isn't it? Just start doing it to me, and we'll get along just fine.
Again, dude, you're a journalist. You're not a fanboy. Can you just cover the team, cover Caitlin Clark, because she got drafted by the Indianapolis franchise, the Indiana, whatever they're called in the WNBA.
Dawn, creepy for a male reporter to ask that to a female?
Yeah, well, yes, it was creepy, but it was also I don't know.
Unprofessional?
Maybe I'm looking. Okay, first of all, unprofessional. Second of all, saying to her, "Well, if you put that on, if you do that for me, we'll get along just fine.
Mm-hmm.
You're the reporter, so why, little girl, pat her on the head? I don't know. It's weird that he would say that. He would. The question is, would he say that? Now, if he says the same thing to guys when they sign in the NBA, I'm kind of doubting he's ever said that to a guy.
Right.
So it was just,
And he's a long time accomplished writer, but and he shouldn't have to be told this. But your job is not to get along with those that you cover, right? Your job, again, is to report back to your audience, your readers, your viewers.
Yep.
And again, it's not about getting in and being buddy with these people. Do your job.
What?
The comment section today is just on fire.
Good.
It's
I
on
love
fire.
it.
I love it. Some of them I can't repeat because of FCC rules.
I will just say, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but when the way he worded that about the heart on.
Dawn, I missed your double entendres while you're away.
That's a good catch by you.
Yeah. Nick, if your daughters ever start dressing up like furries, you should be concerned.
The hell are furries?
They are people who dress up in animal costumes.
Oh, okay.
Like
Self-explanatory.
Cats
Okay.
and dogs. Apparently, it's a thing.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of stories like this that have come out that have been not true. So I wanted to be very careful about this, but we're hearing this directly from the students.
Okay.
So this is not like it's some reporter telling this story. This is from the students. This is Nebo School District in Utah. They walked out, and these are young kids too, because they are protesting the school for allowing furries to terrorize other students.
Jeez.
Students claim that the furries bite them, bark at them, and pounce on them without repercussions. However, if the students defend themselves in any way, they get in trouble.
Self-defense is now a violation.
This is happening in Utah. You have to see how young these kids are, too. You can tell by their voices how young they are. This is probably middle school.
Okay.
Where this school district is just allowing these nutcases to dress up in animal costumes and pretend they're animals.
Okay.
This is cut. You have to see this, by the way. This is cut 8, Phil. Go.
So are they wearing a mask every day?
Yes. But every time we go, they're always just wearing a mask. But the principal finally stood up and banned those stuff. But they still wear them every day.
Yeah, and they don't get in trouble. The principal doesn't make them get in trouble.
Yeah. All the principal says is just be kind, be nice, be nice. And then
What's the point of dressing up like a furry?
I don't know. They think they're so cool that they want to
get a lot of
be
attention. I think they want attention. So people can come at them and just look at them and think that they're so cool.
Okay.
Also,
Are you guys going to be in trouble for walking out of school today?
no, maybe.
If we go back on school grounds, we will get in trouble.
Hopefully not. We're standing for
All right, they need a little bit more order because all these kids are talking over one another.
Yeah, my head would explode if I had to deal with all these kids.
Thoughts on furries?
So, I was hoping maybe see what the furry looked like. I don't know. I'll look up a picture, or Phil, if you can find a picture, throw up a picture.
Yeah, Phil, can you grab a picture of a furry and just throw it up there as soon as you can? Thanks.
My concern is, and again, I'm very much pro and in favor of protesting, but we're going down such a weird road of allowing this madness to continue in this country that we're now getting to the point where 9 and 12-year-olds are boycotting school and protesting.
Yep.
Right? Like, I mean, more power to anybody, but do I need 10-year-olds protesting because adults can't seem to wrap their mind around the fact that we shouldn't have kids showing up exhibiting mental health breakdowns? It feels like an intervention is needed.
Do you think?
Yeah.
First of all, what the school district is thinking? They're like, well, we have to let these kids express themselves. There was a video yesterday that I saw that I didn't want to post because it's basically just cursing over and over and over again. But it's a female walking around another female with a dog chain.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the guy on the video comes up and says, "What are you guys doing?" And
here they are. These are the individuals that are dressed up. Now, see, that looks like. I mean, if you come to school like that, this is a weird. You deserve to be dealt with.
By the way, just so you guys know, adults do this too, and it's like a weird sexual thing. I think.
Yes, grown adults identifying as animals is completely a bizarre breakdown.
So these kids that are doing this, that are young, because of the kids that were protesting seemed young.
Yeah.
You would think that they learned this from TikTok, their parents, where?
And that's where I would need more context. Is this one of these stupid, dopey TikTok challenges where kids are supposed to go to school for a day or two like this? Or are these kids genuinely believing that they identify? I love how we can identify as anything we want these days. I identify as a cactus.
Yep.
I mean, give me a break here.
They're also called Therians.
And they need therapy.
They deny that this is a mental illness. I think clearly.
This is what Keith Olbermann does at 9:00 at night. He dresses up like a cat.
I'm just trying to think if one of you, if Dawn or Nick, Phil, Anthony, it would definitely be Anthony. If one of you guys came in dressed as this, like, what would I do?
And started barking and or being a kitty cat licking you.
I think I would have to literally let you do that because I wouldn't want
I view
myself
it differently. If I
the
were
company
you,
to be sued.
I'd go down the hall and ask the former fullback for the Eagles doing the morning show to come down and bulldoze Anthony. That's what I would do.
Anthony, take one for the team.
Yeah.
Just identify for
Hey,
a day.
Mr. Ritchie, I got a young punk dressed up like a flamingo.
No, I would definitely take big Hugh Douglas as my guy to block for me.
Wait, so what would WIP? What would they do? Like the Great Ike Reese in the afternoon, and somebody comes in.
Ike would start Ike would start shouting, yelling victory. Hugh would just shake his head and giggle, and Richie would give him that ugly stare like he's going to rip his head off.
Unbelievable! It's unbelievable.
There you go.
But some say it's an actual mental disease. They insist, which is, by the way, a sign that you're crazy when you insist that you're not, and you're barking like a dog.
And these are individuals that have never taken shots to the head. Just imagine if they had a few concussions.
It's a good point. Wow. Is that enough? Did I do enough?
What else you got in the hopper?
Oh my God!
Anything
well, first
else?
of all, I want to get to this. We're going to get to this hopefully later today. This whistleblower from Boeing that testified yesterday. Amazing stuff. Hopefully, we'll get to that a little bit later.
All right. So we haven't done a big three in a couple of weeks.
We should break first.
We'll do it on the other side. If you've missed the big three at 8, it comes back with a flurry.
Woohoo!
In just about 5.
Anyway.
Dawn, I think for the 1-year anniversary of us streaming the show live on YouTube, I think you should dress up as a cat.
Ooh.
Let's all come in as animals tomorrow.
Kitty.
I'll come in as a giraffe. A short one. All right, 8:32, Kayal and Company. The big three is on the other side. Stay right there. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am so happy to talk about my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. It's really important to be comfortable with the people coming into your home for things like maintenance and repairs, and you do get that with Carrie, Bill, and their entire AMC team. They have a wealth of experience, a true dedication to their field. The professionals of AMC take great pride in their work, and you can see that. They believe in delivering high quality at a fair price. They're going to work until that job is done correctly. I think a testament to the quality of their company, you see the same great crew has been together for years now. One thing that stands out to me is they do not earn commission, and they never sell customers anything you don't need. You can trust They're going to make the proper repair or install the appropriate system for your home. But they're techs who you think, are coming to fix things on the job. That's what they're there to do, to fix things, not sell you things. And to me, that stands out. That's important to me. AMC keeps to their schedule. They communicate openly with their customers. And believe it or not, though I know today it's kind of raw and 50-ish and ugly outside, but the warmer weather is on the way. It's going to be here before we know it. You got to get your air conditioning system ready and good to go to keep your home nice and cool. This is the time right now. Call my friends AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Call them today. Schedule your spring tune-up at an awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com, AMC. Let them know Dawn sent you.
Your Philadelphia 76ers advanced to face the New York Knicks on Saturday. And the Knicks are the favorite at -3. I would take the 76ers +3, although I believe Dan on the YouTube chat says don't sleep on this on the Knicks. I'm not sleeping on the Knicks. I just think the Sixers, this is their year, man. This is their year. What am I talking about? FanDuel. You can play your way into $150. Just place any $5 bet and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, during the NBA playoffs. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and the official partner of 1210 WPHT, so you know you're in good hands. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that?
Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
QC Kinetics announces the arrival of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, an acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Today, Dr. Scheinkup leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
Get lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
In an Indiana town, had a good-looking mama who never was around, but she grew up tall and she grew up right with them Indiana boys on an Indiana night.
Kayal and Company as we roll on 8:38 here on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Sean Farish, our buddy, coming up at 9 o'clock. He will have some Trump impressions for you, and we'll hit on a variety of important stories with him as well, outside of Trump mode. Also, I've got this story from Politico with Donald Trump and the campaign asking for a cut of candidates' fundraising when they use his name, image, and likeness. We'll get to that coming up after the news. I think it's a very smart move by Donald Trump. But right now, let's get to Dawn Stenzlin at 8:38 for the Big Three at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
And we are sponsored in Kayal and Company. And my Big Three back to work. Holland Floor Covering covers us as the sponsor. Number one, we talked about Joe Biden traffic alerts in Philadelphia today. Third Pennsylvania visit this week, ahead of course, next Tuesday's primary here in PA. And so the latest is 11:20. They touched down to PHL. So watch for traffic issues between 11:20 as he makes his way into Philadelphia for that big speech. RFK's family, Kennedy family, at least 15 strong. Some of them expected to speak in Philadelphia. And then he's scheduled to leave by 3:50. So those are your parameters. One person who I suspect will not be making an appearance on the stage in Philadelphia is one of the Boyle brothers, Pennsylvania Democrats, who is, by the way, providing, a critical vote for his party in the state house. Well, they say he's on the lam. So arrest warrant out for him. And I don't have a report as of right now. I don't have official confirmation that he has turned himself in after, of course, the police put out the word that, yes, there's an arrest warrant out for him. So Philadelphia police issued that warrant for State Representative Kevin Boyle after the 44-year-old Democrat who has, yes, struggled with mental health issues reportedly, is still on the ballot for the primary election. That's next week. Will Joe Biden comment on this? We don't have word of that, but he allegedly broke the protection from abuse order according to, and that was yesterday afternoon, they did confirm that, according to Philadelphia police. Another thing I want to point to you with this story, though, is that razor-thin margin that we've talked about in the PA House of Representatives, 102, 101, Democrats have control. So that's why maybe you don't see as much hoopla over this situation. And according to Republicans, Democrats insist that, yes, he still has the right to vote.
Now, as far as the PFA goes, I'm assuming that's against in accordance to the wife or an ex-wife. I mean, I know a PFA is protection from abuse, but is that with a spouse or is that another individual? Do we know the details of that?
It's the ex-wife, and we knew there were different issues going on. Remember you played, what was that last, was it February when he had the alleged harassment in the bar, and I think we played the video, and there was that situation too.
Yep.
So, but this is the ex-wife.
Okay.
But this is the official, this is not an ex claiming something. These are police and investigators and officials, authorities, confirming that, yes, they have evidence to believe that the protection from abuse order was, in fact, violated.
Okay.
So but I think the issue for Pennsylvania is, why are Democrats here, Pennsylvania Democrats, why are they enabling this? Are they enabling an abuser, an alleged abuser? But also, why would they let him still vote?
Right. That's a good point.
In the House, and it's because of this razor-thin margin.
It's all about control and power.
Because what are they voting on? Things like voter ID, the mail-in boxes, going up for. So just want to put that all together in a little bow for you, if you will, with the traffic alerts. All right, we also have in Delaware County. Yes, they caught that coyote that I know that you've been talking, no doubt, about this week. The adult coyote was caught and trapped early this morning. This was by Marple Township Animal Control in a wooded area, and it was in Broomall. This coyote, they believe, is the one that snatched that little terrier, that little doggy, in a homeowner's yard. I had to do my buddy's voice. But now they're saying this morning, yes, they captured the one that they believe did the deed against the doggy. They're still putting out warnings because they believe there are other coyotes out there.
We've got rogue coyotes.
Yes.
Wild coyotes?
Not the fox or the fox. I remember the comedian who did foxing and boxing in plurals, but I'm not talking about the little fox. And we see the foxes in the road in the morning. These are coyotes. And so they're saying, beware, don't leave your small pets or small children unattended in your yard. Never feed or attempt to tame the coyotes. And if you're followed by a coyote, I'm not making this up, and I don't mean like a furry, like Anthony Dorenzo possibly dressing up
Poor Anthony
as a coyote.
No, hang on.
Wow.
We didn't mean
Anthony,
to.
you are fired.
I was joking when I said that.
You know I love Anthony,
Of course.
so I have to say.
Let's
you know.
come back from Italy with a flamethrower to
Yeah.
Lorenzo.
Not for nothing, but if Ant dressed up as a coyote, and we do have Greg Stocker on record saying that if he did and he sort of nibbled at Greg's toes, Greg would allow it.
That's a different.
Come
That was
on.
a different
That's what he
host.
said.
That was a different host from 1210. Would like to have his feet sucked on.
Yeah, it's
allegedly.
a little odd.
But if you're followed by a coyote, I'm not making these are the tips. Make loud noises.
Yeah.
Really?
If that fails, throw rocks.
Throw rocks. I can't wait for Joe Biden to give us a story in about 3 weeks about how one of his relatives was eaten by a coyote.
Oh my gosh.
Uncle
make it up,
Bozy
kids.
was
Uncle
eaten,
Bozy.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
eaten by cannibals,
Aw.
and then a coyote came along and sucked the meat off the bone.
Ew. And don't put your pet food outside and leave it there.
Yeah.
That attracts the
Yeah,
coyotes.
that might attract.
I didn't realize coyotes could be here. You know
Well,
what I mean?
I see a fox every now and then in Bluebell.
Yeah, foxes are everywhere.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're everywhere. The deer and the zombie deer that just stare at you
Yep.
with that weird look.
Mm-hmm. There's a story, speaking of animals on the loose, there's a story in Montana of an elephant that got loose. And you see the elephant walking through the street.
Yeah.
And then he walks into like a parking lot of a gas station. It might have been a Sheetz. I don't know.
I love it. Well, Holland floor cover. We'll see if anything walks into Holland floor covering as far as something furry. But Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for more than 50 years, providing exceptional service, professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in either Wayne or Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more, hollandfloor.com. hollandfloor.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. As we continue 8:45 here on this Thursday morning, this segment brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. If you suffer from chronic body pain, call Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA. Their team of licensed physical therapists create personalized therapy plans to get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com to schedule an appointment today. Politico with an interesting story, and I really like what Trump is doing here. I think this is a no-brainer because I think the name and the brand carries weight. Now, certainly Trump-backed and endorsed candidates over the last few years have not had the success rate as maybe the first 4 to 6 years, but I still think overall Trump-endorsed candidates win elections at a very high rate. I want to say it's probably in the 80-some percentile ranking. It was right around 90 prior to the midterm, so probably a little bit lower than that, but still pretty good. And the Trump campaign, has now sent out a letter as the former president is struggling to close a fundraising gap with Biden. We talked about that big soiree a few weekends ago. I think it was right when Dawn went on vacation at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump was able to drum up, I think it was $50 million at that fundraiser dinner at Mar-a-Lago, which doubled up what Joe just raised. Joe had raised $25 million in a day, which was a record. But we know overall that the Democrats have more money than Trump does. And he is now asking Republican candidates, this is Trump, to break off a chunk of their proceeds that the Trump campaign would use to enlarge its bank account. In a received letter by Republican digital vendors this week, the Trump campaign is asking for down-ballot candidates who use his name, image, and likeness, NIL, in fundraising appeals to give at least 5% of the proceeds to the campaign. The quote is as follows: beginning tomorrow, we ask that all candidates and committees who choose to use President Trump's name, image, and likeness split a minimum of 5% of all fundraising solicitations to Trump National Committee, JFC. This includes, but is not limited to, sending to the House file, prospecting voters, and advertising. Trump co-campaign managers Susie Wiles and Chris LaCavita wrote in a letter, which is dated April 15th. They add, any split that is higher than 5% will be seen favorably by the RNC and President Trump campaign and is routinely reported to the highest levels of leadership with both organizations. Trump officials insisted that the purpose of the 5% request was not to raise money for themselves, but rather to dissuade scammers from using Trump's brand without his permission and diluting his ability to raise cash. The letter comes as Trump is struggling to close a fundraising gap with he and President Joe Biden. Biden's campaign has said that it has raised over $190 million, more than double what Trump has taken in. I think this is really smart. And when I see this, I made the comparison to name, image, and likeness, but it legitimately in the story when I read it says name, image, and likeness. And this is a big thing going on in the world of college athletics where these, quote, amateur athletes are now compensated for their name, image, and likeness. If the school's going to use it to profit, the athlete gets a cut. If a company wants to come on and have an athlete endorse their product, they can capitalize and cash in on their brand. And when we think about brands in this country, you know, there's a lot of legendary brands, but the Trump brand is significant. You put Trump's name on a building, you put his name on a golf course, you put it on a hotel, you know, anything you do. And the sneakers are $400 a shot. I mean, the Trump brand, generally speaking, and doesn't mean that Trump has been, 10 for 10 with business endeavors. He's had his failing ventures as well, but that name carries weight. So if you are at any level, grassroots all the way up, and you're using his name, image, and likeness, whether you are endorsed by him or not, or you're just a Republican, I think this makes a ton of sense, and I have no gripes at all with Trump doing this.
All I have to say is that the family of Ronald Reagan for the last 40 years should collect royalties for every Republican that's used his name and likeness. I don't think that this is a smart move.
Really?
No, I don't.
Even though you're cash strapped and you need to find a way to close this financing gap?
It looks like you're cash strapped by doing this.
Well, but I think we all see it. It's out there for the public. He got whacked for $83 million with E. Jean Carroll. He's got a $464 million judgment against him with Letitia James. We know that it's been public knowledge that he had that big endeavor where it was, what were we saying? Was it $800,000 to sit at the head table at Mar-a-Lago? We gave the story about 10 days ago. So it's no secret that financially that Trump can't match what the Democrats are doing.
What if the Biden administration said, if you want to use my name and likeness, because if you're running against him or you're running against the Biden agenda,
I would actually be okay with that. To me, it's there's a value to those names, right? And say what you want about Joe Biden, but I guess if you're a Democrat and you're like Terry from King of Prussia and you think the world's great under Joe, you see value to the name Biden, right? So look, if you're going to try to use my name to better yourself, then I want a cut of it, right? Like, I think that's just common sense. I have no issue with that at all. So I'll be completely fair on that. I mean, if you carry some substantial weight and you can elevate, let's face it, from 2016 up until the midterms of 2022, these Trump-endorsed candidates were winning elections 9.5 out of 10 times. That's fallen off a little bit for sure, but whether you're endorsing him or not, or he's endorsing you, if in any way, I would argue, even if you are not necessarily an endorsed candidate of Trump, but if you're showing up at a local rally or a local bingo hall or whatever, and you're even wearing the MAGA hat, I think there should be royalties.
Oh my God!
I absolutely do.
God. No.
Why not?
Yeah. You can't do this.
If I'm Trump, here's the thing. If I'm Trump, I would argue you have a better chance if I endorse you or you are using anything.
Are there facts to back that up? Are there facts to back up that Trump endorsed candidates win? Because in 2022, they sure as hell didn't.
Well, that's what I said just a few minutes ago. Yeah, his success rate has gone down, but I still think it's well over 80%. So, I would think first of all, it's a copyright issue, right? How do you use somebody's...
he's a public figure.
But if you're campaigning...
He was the president of the United States. You can't just say, this is my image and likeness, and now
Really?
No. He works for us. The president of the United States works for us.
Yes, I get he works for us, but I'm saying using any of the Trump branding as a politician yourself, I would think you would have to give the cut to the guy that's boosting your profile. You guys disagree? I'm surprised. I'm surprised Dawn disagrees. Really?
I think...
And he's only asking for 5%. I mean, if you're raising $1 million,
is he a mafia boss? 5%?
Well, he's not sitting here saying,
"Hey, I need my cut."
He's not saying it's a mandate. He's not saying he's going to sue you in a civil court for using his name, image, and likeness. Although I actually would argue, if you are using somebody's name, image, and likeness without their permission, what was the story that we were talking about? Who was the music act that we talked about months ago on this show that went out and sued individuals that were selling their apparel on like a secondary marketplace? Remember that story we had? Was it Luke Combs?
I don't remember.
Jason Aldean? It was somebody. You can't take somebody's name, image, and likeness and profit off of it without having permission to do so. I think I'm in the right here, actually. And again, Trump's not saying he's going to like take action or he's mandating it, but the campaign and the RNC and the Team Trump the campaign have come out and said we would appreciate if you would give 5% of the net proceeds.
91 LSXer says Mount Rushmore relatives are now suing, according to Nick.
All these witty responses.
Come on, I mean, it's just you can't.
Okay.
He's a politician.
I get that.
He's the president of the United States.
Yes, he works for us. I totally get that.
His brand is, yes, if you use the Trump brand for, TV things or something like that.
I mean, that's what I'm.
No.
That's what we're talking about here.
But I mean, like the brand that he built. The brand that he built for president is our brand because we voted for him. The American people.
Let me give you some extra information from this story. Maybe this will clear up exactly what we're talking about. Down ballot Republican candidates and committees have long used Trump in fundraising appeals, recognizing that he has support amongst the party's small dollar fundraising base. But in the letter, both of those individuals, Wiles and LaCavita, reiterated their request that Republicans avoid using certain language and tactics while using Trump's name, image, and likeness. The letter, for example, asks that candidates not speak, quote, on behalf of President Trump, mention of the president's family without their consent or the consent of the campaign, or President Trump or his campaign, and no impersonations included. After taking over the RNC last month, the Trump campaign established a joint fundraising committee with the RNC that allowed for the campaign to take in checks in excess of $814,000. But the letter warns that, quote, any vendor whose clients ignore the guidelines mentioned above will be held responsible for their clients' actions, and that, quote, repeated violations will result in the suspension of business relationships with the vendor and the Trump National Committee.
I think there are legally, I'm not a lawyer, but there are fine lines here.
We really have to break here. So
Okay,
why don't we
8:55.
get Donald Trump's response
we'll
to
go
this
right to the
next.
source.
Next.
Yes, exactly right. All right, 855-839-1210. Sean Farish on the other side. And the Morning Mystery Movie Clip in about 25 minutes. Kayal and Company back after this.
The future of medicine is here thanks to QC Kinetics. Yeah, QC is the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution in pain management that we've seen in decades. I'm talking regenerative medicine. If you're tired of those achy joints, maybe your joint pain is keeping you from doing what you love, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Surgery, steroids, drugs, these are no longer your best options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is truly transforming lives with innovative treatments which deliver lasting results. And I'm talking natural biologics here, using your body's own power to repair and restore that damaged tissue. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkupp. So Dr. Scheinkupp is a pioneer in this field, 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing. He wants to get you relief with a needle, not a knife. QC Kinetics, you got to call them, learn more about some exciting options here. This is a revolutionary approach that gets you long-term relief, no downtime. Call QC Kinetics now. Get a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Would you just call them today, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security.
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no picking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I am still living with your ghost, lonely and dreaming of the West Coast. I don't wanna be your downtime, I don't wanna be your stupid game, with my big black boots and an old suitcase.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:01. Live on a Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. And you will definitely want to be on YouTube because we welcome in our next guest. And he is joining us via video, the 45th and potentially 47th President of the United States of America. Donald J. Trump back with us here on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, good morning. It's been a while. How are you, sir?
Well, there's nothing potential about it. We're going to do it. We're going to win, and we're going to win bigly. And, I hear you're doing tremendously well again, and everybody's doing incredibly well. And I hear Dawn is back. Is she back from Italy? I think she's back from Italy. And I just wanted to know, I have a question for you. You're asking me questions. I have to ask you, did you go to the Vatican? Did you see the spot where Crooked Joe left the Tootsie Rolls? That's all I want to know. I have to ask you that because I'm thinking of visiting myself, but I wanted to know you were over there and everything seemed to go very well. Did you see the Tootsies? That's what I want to know.
We did see the Vatican. They obviously the Swiss guards must have removed the evidence of any Biden squeakers or Tootsie Rolls.
It's unbelievable. If I left the Tootsie Rolls, they would have never done that. They would have left it there for the world to see. They're covering it up. It's incredible.
Although then they would have gold coated them and sold them online for millions.
$400 a clip.
I can tell you though, my Tootsie Rolls don't smell. They
smell like
beautiful.
roses.
They actually smell. They smell tremendous. Actually, Melania told me that. She said, "How could you do that? It smells great."
President Trump, I've got to ask you, there's a lot of things I want to get to, but we were just having a conversation, and I'm apparently on an island by myself here. We're talking about a story in Politico where you have come out and said that if you are going to fundraise and run for office and use the Trump brand, the Trump name, image, and likeness for your funding and your fundraising of your campaign as you're trying to play catch up with Joe financially, that you would request 5%, almost like a gratuity. I think the Trump brand is absolutely worth it if you're a grassroots politician using anything affiliated with Trump. Dawn and Greg disagree. Your thoughts on why you arrived at this conclusion and why it is fair? I think 5% is very fair.
Well, here's what's happening. You have a lot of people who say they love Trump, they love Trump, they love Trump. They get into office, they hate Trump. It's a terrible thing. So you see what's going on. Now, if you want to play the game where we love Trump and we're going to use the name to get elected, you have to pay. You have to do that. And we need help. Obviously, everybody knows we need help. And the people who are going to use my name and collect money off of that, their voters are doing it because they love me, not because they love them. And that's the truth of it. You know, you have these people running for office, and they're not voting for these people sometimes. They're voting for these people because they say, we're going to help Trump, we're going to fight for him. And so now the people who are donating to those campaigns, they understand that a lot of that, or some of that, not a lot, but a little bit, but enough where it helps, is going to help me too. So these people can't get away with stabbing in the back. And so I think it's a nice way to find out who is for real and who's not for real, because we can't have the phony and the losers that are going in there that are saying we love Trump, and then they go into the House and they vote to impeach or they do terrible things. So we're using it as what's called safeguard. We're going to be safe. We're going to make sure that the right people are getting elected, because we can't look at all of them. And, you know, I've endorsed some people who are, quite frankly, not so great. And it's because they say beautiful things one day and they do terrible things the next day. So we're going to make sure it doesn't happen.
Donald Trump joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Very, very busy times for you. Your trial with jury selection underway in the New York City Alvin Bragg scam. 3 days in, Mershon is clearly showing his political bias, and Alvin Bragg also being mocked for his desire to even pursue this dead issue, which many prosecutors, federal and local DAs, have decided not to pursue. Your thoughts so far through 3 or 4 days this week on how this case is going?
Well, I have to say, the one thing that surprised me, it looks like Alvin Bragg got even bigger. I never thought that was going to happen, but he's huge now, I have to say. And there was a picture going around on, I guess they call it X. It should be going around on Truth, too. It's a better platform. But you look at this picture, there's somebody big. It's a huge woman. They called her huge. She looks like Lizzo or Stacey Abrams, or quite frankly, maybe Alvin Bragg. Swimming in a fish tank, looks like a whale. I have no idea what's happening. And I didn't know Lizzo could swim, but maybe it was Alvin Bragg. They look very similar, the two, next to each other. I've never seen them in the same room, by the way. So perhaps we're dealing with one of those trans. I used to call them a he, she. Now they're called a trans. So you look at what's happening. Alvin is huge. The only case I think he's been preparing other than mine is the case of Twinkies that he's eating in the courtroom. And you see what's going on. You know, I think he's maybe taking inflation a little too seriously, because he's inflating like a hot air balloon. So I'm shocked to see it. I really am shocked to see it. Never thought he could get bigger. And yet we look at him across the room, and it's turning into a Chris Christie. There are things that are starting to go around in the orbit, so it's an interesting thing that's happening.
Donald Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company. So reports coming out of the courtroom in New York City that you have fallen asleep not once but twice during the voir dire process in the early stages of this hush money case. And you're a man, we know, that doesn't sleep a whole heck of a lot. You get 4 or 5 hours a night. You're up at 2 in the morning. You're posting on Truth, ripping those that are giving out fake news on MSNBC. Are you genuinely actually nodding off and falling asleep? Is this for show, to show people that this is a farce? What's going on with your sleep schedule, sir?
Well, we don't sleep. You know that. I have a lot of energy. I've got more energy than anybody's ever had before. I actually invented the Energizer Bunny, and I gave him some of the energy to keep going. You know, he doesn't stop. He's like me. I don't stop. The bunny doesn't stop. We love the Energizer Bunny. We got along very well with him, by the way. And we did tremendously well with them and Duracell, a lot of people. And Kirkland, we love Costco. They're a tremendous place. But we have to look at this. I'm in the courtroom, and the case is a sham. It's not interesting. So I'm doing and what a lot of Americans are doing, and we're falling asleep. It's ridiculous. We shouldn't even be there. So I'm not actually sleeping because I've actually never slept a minute in my life. I'm always awake. I'm always making deals like nobody's ever made deals before. I'm always getting the ratings and all of the tremendous things, and we're always awake because the minute you fall asleep, terrible things happen. But we're not actually sleeping, but we're putting on a show, and we're telling everybody this is boring. It's what we call a snooze fest. It's a snooze fest, and nobody really cares. And everybody knows I'm innocent. Everybody knows this is a sham, and that's what we're showing people.
You're absolutely right. You even have support from Bill Barr, of all people, coming out and saying that this case is a complete joke. And Bill Barr saying yesterday that he will support the GOP in 2024. Your thoughts on William Barr kind of getting your back here as this trial gets underway?
Well, it's very interesting to see Billy the Walrus come out and say, we love him. You know, he's a huge guy, too. And I hear he said he's going to vote for the GOP, and then he said, cuckoo cachoo, because he is the walrus. You look at him, he looks like a walrus. He's just missing the tusks, and we always knew he was toothless. He wasn't tough, so he's not as tough as walruses, or is it Walry? I'm not sure how to say it, but whatever it is. But we're happy to see that he's at least going to vote, and we'll see what's going to happen. But we don't need his endorsement, but we welcome it. All votes matter, and we love that. And we're happy to have the walrus on board, but it's interesting to see. You know, he says a lot of things. He doesn't like me, It's terrible. January 6th was terrible. There was nothing wrong with the election. I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was hanging out with Hunter and got a hold of his crack. I have no idea how he arrived at that conclusion, but he arrived at it. And now he's arrived at another conclusion. We have to save the country, and we like that.
Speaking of support and endorsements, the Harlem Bodegas absolutely love you. That video going viral just a few days ago. Do you actually believe, based off of what you saw, the love and the support in Harlem, that New York is really in play for you, Mr. President?
Well, nobody does better in Harlem than I do. As a matter of fact, I taught the Harlem Globetrotters how to play basketball. I said, this is how you do it. Nothing but net. They said, what do you do? I said, nothing but net. It's a swoosh. It's beautiful. And we do tremendously well. We've beaten the team they play. I think it's the Generals. I don't know. But they're not a good team, so we don't remember their name. But the Harlem Globetrotters, I taught them. The Bodegas, we love Bodegas. And Bodegas love me. You know, the association came out and said, we love Trump. And nobody's surprised about that because Fat Alvin Bragg, we say, hey, 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 like Fat Albert, but he's Fat Alvin. And he's fatter Alvin. Now you look at him, he's huge. But you see what happened with these bodegas. There is crime all over the city. Nobody wants to talk about it. Shoplifting, robberies, assault, all sorts of terrible things. And Alvin Bragg wants to get me, doesn't want to get the city under control, doesn't want to get Manhattan under control. And it's making it very hard for these bodegas, Crooked Jill, and I call her Doppler Jill because her dress looks like a severe thunderstorm warning, Doppler radar Jill. She called them bogadas. Nobody knows what the hell that is. Before she called Spanish people breakfast tacos, and I hear they're actually, they prefer to be called burritos, by the way. They love to be called burritos. Or bad hombres. These people who come in, they're bad hombres. But you have Jill, she called them bogadas. You had Crooked Joe coming out to Despacito, trying to remember that everyone calls him. He says, I grew up in a Spanish, Puerto Rican community. He also grew up in a black community and a Polish Italian. And now his uncle was eaten by cannibals. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. I say if he was eaten by anybody, it was probably Chris Christie, but we'll get to that at a later time. The bodegas love me. They absolutely love me, and we love them. And it's possible we turn New York red because people are tired of it. They're tired of the lawlessness and watching a great state go to hell. I left, the state went to hell. That's what happened.
Mr. President, obviously your support was on full display in Harlem, but also this past weekend in Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, on Saturday night out there in the freezing cold in the Lehigh Valley. My sister and brother-in-law went. They couldn't even get in. They were there for 4 hours waiting in line. You had 42,000 people. They were on the outside looking in, freezing. Joe is in Scranton. He's doing the Pittsburgh tour. He'll be in Philadelphia later today. Obviously, Pennsylvania, monumental for the outcome this November. Your thoughts right now on where you stand against Joe in the Keystone State?
Well, we're doing very well in Pennsylvania, and I get along very well with Pennsylvania, and we're going to win Pennsylvania because people want their energy jobs back. You know, you have this guy, and I'm not sure what's up with this guy, Fetterman. He's an interesting cat. I can call him that. You know, he's an interesting person. And he's saying a lot of things the Democrats don't like, but he's still voting for Crooked Joe. I think he's going to actually vote for me. Nobody wants to say that. He's not going to say that. But he wants to do America First things. He wants to do energy. He wants to do and help Israel, which is interesting. You know, the Democrats don't like that. They hate Jewish people. I love Jewish people. As a matter of fact, I grew up in the Jewish community, not Crooked Joe. You know that. And Jared's a tremendous guy. We did very good work for Israel. But Pennsylvania is a state that we're going to win, and we're going to win bigly. You know, you look at Philadelphia, they booed me. That's a term of endearment. You know, they did the same thing to Santa. Nobody hates Santa Claus. They love me. They love Santa. They love Donovan McNabb, even though they booed him. It's terrible. They boo everything. They boo all over the place. You know, they misinterpreted the phrase, bring your own booze. They're talking about alcohol. They say, leave the people alone. And they broke the Liberty Bell, but they did it out of love. It's the city of brotherly love, and they love me, and we're going to do very well there. And we're going to do very well in other parts of Pennsylvania. We love the Amish. They ride around in their carriages with the MAGA flags and all of this. They do tremendously well. And the people love it. And they come out. You see, he couldn't even fill a room with like 15 people. We had 45,000 people at the rally, and we're going to do very well in Pennsylvania.
Last one for Donald Trump joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. There's a belief that you could face jail time if Judge Merchan says you cannot attend Barron, your son's high school graduation. If, in fact, that edict is handed down and he says if you skip court, you will go to jail, are you still going to attend Barron's graduation? I've got a feeling that I think every parent, even the Trump detractors out there, Mr. President, would not disagree with you if you decided to skip out on a day of court to see your boy graduate high school.
Well, we're going to do that because if you put me in jail, we're going to do very well with the people in jail, too. We're going to have them, and I'll run that cell block like nobody's ever run a cell block before. You know, we're going to see it. People say, and they say, don't drop the soap, which is not a problem when I'm around. I can tell you I don't swing that way. But we're going to make sure everybody has a firm handle on the soap. I can say that. And if you put me in jail for 30 days, they're going to see people coming out. When they come out, they're going to say, we had a great experience with this guy. You know, I'm a great guy. I'm a tremendous guy. I'm a handsome guy, highly respected. If you put me in jail, it will be a disaster because putting me in jail for going to my son's graduation is a disgrace. Barron is a very smart guy. He's very tall as well. And I want to see him graduate. And if I go see him graduate and then you lock me up, people are going to be very upset about it.
Oh, there he is, our buddy Sean Farish, doing great work, doing the Trump impression. Did a couple of great shows as Dawn was on vacation in Italy. So, Sean, let me get your thoughts on this. It's a story I wanted to get to yesterday, but I did not have time. Your thoughts on Trump giving some of the other MAGA candidates out there the approval to slide left a little bit here on abortion. We've heard about Kerry Lake in Arizona as well as a few others out there. It seems like the smart thing to do because at the end of the day, Trump wants to win, and he's kind of given that blessing to his candidates. Your thoughts on that strategy right now?
Yeah, so I'm very, very pro-life, like extremely pro-life. So obviously when people start to slide left on this issue, my first reaction is like, oh no, we're not compromising. But at the end of the day, I don't think we are compromising. At the end of the day, I think, as you said, Donald Trump wants to win and he knows how to win. And the reality of it is, I want to see as few abortions as possible. I mean, as the lowest possible number. But I'm realistic, and I know it's not going to happen like this overnight. When Roe versus Wade was overturned, I got very excited because not that abortion was going to be banned across the United States, but because it's now resting in the hands of the states, which gives the voter, the people, more power. Your vote statewide has more weight than it does in federal on federal issues, right? That's why 50 statewide elections are how we elect our president, not the popular vote, because now your vote for president carries more weight because you're only competing with the people in your state. You in Pennsylvania, me in Tennessee, are not competing with voters in California to elect a president. We're competing with voters in our state, our electors that are going to go and elect the president that we're choosing in our state. And so I think when Trump's giving people the blessing to slide left on abortion, the messaging that he needs to proliferate throughout the party is that this, if you are running for federal office, Congress, Senate, anything federally, this is not your issue because the court says it's not your issue. So anyone comes up to a congressman, Donald Trump, a potential running mate, a senator, a candidate for some sort of federal office. Hey, what are your thoughts on abortion? My thoughts are it rests in the hands of the state. And I've been told by the Supreme Court that my hands do not touch that issue because that's the truth. And a lot of people will say, well, that's the easy way out. Well, that's the cop out. And, you know, you're avoiding it. Well, no, the reality is you're not avoiding it. You're telling the truth. The Supreme Court says abortion and the laws regarding abortion, surrounding abortion, rests with the state. So a congressman can't do anything about it because it's no longer a federal issue. The federal government doesn't have jurisdiction over it. And the president can't do it because it's no longer a federal issue. The Senate can't do it because it's no longer a federal issue. And so that's the messaging that should have been used ever since Roe was overturned, and it wasn't. Instead, Republic, well, we have to work, we got to do this. Anybody who is pro-life, like me, you know, organize with your friends at the state level and lobby for the laws that you want to see passed and be that leader. Don't rely on the government to solve your problems because relying on government got us here in the first place.
Final one for you. Sean Ferris joining us here on Kayal and Company. You and I were texting about this story yesterday, the Trevor Bauer story in Major League Baseball, where if you don't know the backstory to this, Trevor Bauer was a pitcher. He was accused of sexual assault 3 years ago in 2021. I believe he was with the Dodgers for a while. He's been out of baseball for the last 3 years. We find out that the accuser, Lindsey Hill, basically, for lack of a better phrase or paraphrasing here, made this up. He was exonerated. Charges were dropped. And now we find out that the accuser of Trevor Bauer has been now charged with fraud and extortion in another case. And I don't watch a ton of sports media anymore, but I'd be willing to bet that if this story had the dynamics of race involved, where Trevor Bauer was a black pitcher, falsely accused of X, Y, or Z, exonerated, and still struggling to latch on with a franchise, it would be a major injustice in this country. But I'm guessing we're probably close to crickets on this story because of certain dynamics. Your thoughts as a baseball fan and obviously somebody that's paid attention to this story.
This has me so upset, right? Now, I understand, and whenever I tweet about it, someone's like, but Trevor Bauer's a locker room cancer, but Trevor Bauer's angry all the time. I said, okay, but that's not why he got suspended from baseball. MLB apparently conducted an investigation into Trevor Bauer and these allegations a few years ago, and they hit him with 324 games, right? That's 2 seasons with a suspension. And they said they did their investigation. They never released their findings, right? They knocked it down. An independent arbitrator knocked it down to 190-something games, right? Oh, big whoop. It's a season and a quarter at that point, right? And now we find out that all of the allegations that were levied against Bauer, the sexual misconduct, which he was suspended for, are all false. He has never been charged with anything criminally. The civil suits have stopped. Both of the big accusers, Lindsey Hill is a fraud, and the other one now who tried to extort him for an abortion when she was never pregnant, is now being criminally indicted and charged for fraud. And this guy can't find a job. So we have heard over and over and over again for the last 10 years, Colin Kaepernick deserves a job in the NFL. And when I ask why, the answer is, well, because it's a racial thing. Well, hold on a second. Then I should get a job in the NFL because I could claim that I'm half Jewish and the NFL hates Jews and that's why they want to hire me. But the fact of the matter is, Nick, I can't play football. I would be very bad on an NFL field.
Likewise.
Probably the same reason why people don't want Colin Kaepernick on their team, because when he was quote unquote blackballed, when he stopped getting job offers, he sucked. I know what bad quarterback play looks like. I'm a Jets fan. He is not a good quarterback. He didn't play for my team, but he was bad. The guy was throwing picks. He was turning the ball over. And you don't want, as an NFL franchise, a backup quarterback overshadowing your starter because of, race and politics. That's not what you want, right? Michael Vick came back to the NFL. He found a job because he had ability. Dante Stallworth came back to the NFL. He found a job because he had ability. Plaxico Burress, same thing. He found a job because he had ability. If Colin Kaepernick was good, somebody would have signed him. Now, the difference here is Trevor Bauer is a good pitcher still. He was suspended after a year where he pitched to an under 3 ERA. The guy was very effective and still can't find a job. And you can go back on his Twitter page. I posted this yesterday. He happens to support Donald Trump. And I think this is all politics. And it's all about we believe all women and not about protecting anybody or anything. If that guy was a black guy right now being blackballed by MLB, and add the fact that he's got ability, you'd be hearing about it all over the place, mainstream media. But because he's a white man and because he's he leans conservative, it looks like, now he doesn't have a job and nobody cares.
Yeah, you make
upset about this issue.
And you make a great point. And you're a baseball guy. Marcell Ozuna for the Braves is back in Major League Baseball after being found guilty and arrested for domestic violence and assaulting his wife.
If you can play, you will have a job. Kaepernick was awful at that point in time in his career. So what NFL team wants to bring on a quarterback who isn't good, number one, and is a circus? Can we think back to Tim Tebow?
Yep.
And Tebow didn't bring the circus on himself. He prayed on the field. Everyone had a big problem with it, but he wasn't a good quarterback, right? He just wasn't, right? But he brought cameras everywhere he came. Kaepernick also wasn't a good quarterback, and he did it intentionally. Bauer was a good pitcher at this time. And he's pitching in other leagues around the world and is doing well. And he can't find a job in MLB. And the fact that they won't release the findings of their investigation means the investigation was a sham. Because nothing happened. It's like Russiagate with Trump. There was no collusion because all the information was BS. The allegations are BS.
I agree.
And you can't find a job. Nobody cares about it.
Yep. Last one for you in the world of sports, but it's become a social issue. It's become, a feminist issue. The Caitlin Clark story is now taken to the point where we're looking at her salary. She was the first pick in the WNBA draft, and left-wing media is losing their minds over the fact that she got a 4-year rookie contract, which is all slated and scheduled and slotted accordingly with where you're drafted. So she's the first pick. She gets a 4-year contract, about $388,000 in total. The WNBA in 30 years has never turned a profit. They only really exist because the NBA kind of finances and makes sure that they stay afloat. And people are saying, well, because she gets ratings and her jersey sells, she should get paid more. A total disregard for the way economics and the market works. And, oh, by the way, if you want women in the WNBA to get paid more, watch it more, attend games more. I feel like men probably watch the WNBA more than women do. But there's a lot of people out there, the Jamel Hills of the world, saying that Caitlin Clark should get so much more money. And I just look at it, it's supply and demand. It's not male versus female. There's a reason why certain sports generate money and other sports do not. But I find it interesting. I think the people that are saying Caitlin Clark should get more money are the same ones that have remained mum and quiet and silent over biological men coming into women's sports. They don't have an issue with that. Your thoughts?
Bingo. I mean, that's exactly where it is. And this is what happens. These leftists will throw a boomerang, not expecting it to come back. And then it comes back and then they call the boomerang racist, right? It's like, no, it's you. Okay. This goes back to that whole soccer thing, right? Where the women's team was more successful than the men's team, and there's the wage gap, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm like, okay, well now you're talking about a wage gap, but you actually now can't define the genders. So is there still a wage gap or is there not? And look, you said it perfectly: supply and demand. This is the glory of the market. The market will determine what anything is worth. Is there a VCR store repair store anywhere in your neighborhood? The answer is no, because the market has determined that type of business isn't worth anything because people don't have a demand for it. And the fact of the matter is, there is less of a demand for women's sports than there is for male sports. That's just the way it is. People want to watch a sport played at the highest level possible. Men have a biological advantage when it comes to athletics to women. This is not an anti-woman tirade that I'm going on. It's a biological fact that biological men have an advantage in athletics with women. That doesn't mean if I got on a basketball court with Caitlin Clark that I would beat her. I would get smoked, and I'm fine with admitting that because I'm not a basketball player.
Yeah.
The one time I played basketball, I almost broke my ankle, and it blew up the size of a watermelon because I jumped for a rebound, came down on somebody's foot. I got the rebound though, but I just wanted to say. But anyway, this is like this whole. Well, she deserves more money. Well, then the business, the organization, the association of the WNBA needs to generate more money, which means fans need to go, people need to tune in, people need to care, and they just don't. And so, like, you can't just say this person deserves more, because all you're doing then is you're making up a market value that isn't accurate. Look what happened in California, right? These fast food restaurants. Well, the fry cook needs $20-something an hour. Well, guess who has to pay for that? We do. So, if you start giving these female players more money, and it forces the league to go under, the cost of admission is going to go up. The cost of jerseys are going to go up. Networks are going to drop them because the league is going to start demanding more from these networks to air their games.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's going to happen is you're going to have no games because it's going to cost too much to air the content. And then you lose the whole league.
Yep.
So it's ridiculous. And it's funny that people, the women need to be treated fairly. Oh, really? What is a woman? And they're like, well, it's anybody who says they're a woman. No, I mean, now you've just undercut your whole argument.
Yes, indeed. The great Sean Farish, thank you so much, buddy. On fire today. Absolutely love it. We'll talk again very soon.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You got it. Sean Farish joining us as he does from time to time here on Kayal and Company. Quick break. We'll come back, get to what's on the cut sheet part 2 as we continue on a Thursday morning. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or that bathroom, with the dark wallpaper, the dark cabinets? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today, kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. And don't forget, tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
All right, football fans, the NFL Draft is almost here, and the free Odyssey app brings you the latest coverage from the biggest sports radio stations across the country. Which players will help your team the most? Who will make a draft day trade? Will they be ready for week 1? The local conversations about the team you love. All on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. Replace your current shower head with a low-flow shower head to save water for years to come. What's your one thing?
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You know, we talk a lot about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I do have to take the minivan, I swear. I'm going to take the minivan and do a trade-in. I'll be talking about it. I was cleaning out the minivan and I discovered I discovered all these bottles I'll have to talk about this, of things from Christmas that I never gave Greg and Nick.
What?
So I apologize.
Wait, what?
You got some food
I'm
from the
so
slow cooker
embarrassed.
for us finally?
Not food.
Where's
but
those
like,
turkey meatballs, Dawn?
Like they were these gift boxes.
What is happening?
I know. I had it.
Here's your Christmas present.
I know
It's April.
I know. Our friends from Piazza will laugh at this. They're good sports. But seriously, they were like, you know those gift sets? There's like eagles and this. I found like, what is that? I'm like, oh my God. And they're like I don't know what happened. We just got busy. So now you're going to get double because you're going to get the Christmas booze sets and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And now the Italy stuff. So it'll be a double
stuff.
thing.
Awesome.
So there's that. So I was cleaning out because I am going to do a trade-in at Piazza. I digress, right? And this is the fun of the Piazza family. They love us. We love them. The Piazza Auto Group, can't speak highly enough about them. By the way, power meets innovation and innovative design in the 2024 Acura model lineup. Just to give you an example, they have some special financing, 1.9% APR, 36 months on that new MDX, RDX, Integra. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, Westchester, or PiazzaAcura.com today. So giving them some love, Westchester, Ardmore, Reading, PiazzaAcura.com today. Piazza Auto Group, PIAZZA. And trust me, there is power in Piazza, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. We love Piazza. And you will too if you've not experienced the Piazza Auto Group experience. So tell them Dawn sent you.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I bring it. Kayal and Company, 9:39. No movie clip today, no cut sheet part 2. We went long with Sean, and we still have to get in a couple of other things before we get out of here this morning. But I do want to wrap up today's show with the last story of the day that is certainly a local story. I just tweeted it out if you want to read along from the Daily Mail. As thousands of everyday snacks are facing a ban in multiple states because of their ingredients being linked to cancer.
Uh-oh.
Yes, and this is legislation that is being pushed and advanced in Democratic states over health concerns. We know last fall, in October, California approved a historic Skittles ban that outlawed 4 food additives linked to cancer and fertility issues. Now, Illinois, New York, and Pennsylvania have advanced similar measures, and this is going to include a lot of products that you and I probably grew up eating as kids. Maybe your kids or grandkids today consume some of these items, which include Gatorade, Lucky Charms, Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Trix, Fruit Loops, Doritos, Oreos, Swedish Fish, M&M's, Hot Tamales, Nerds, Jell-O, Tostitos salsa, some of the cake batter mixes like Funfetti for cupcakes, all because items such as yellow 6, yellow 5, blue 1, red 40, titanium dioxide, all linked to certain cancers and other issues. And Pennsylvania is really going crazy with this. According to the Daily Mail, lawmakers right here in our backyard calling for multiple food colorings, including red 40, yellow 5, yellow 6, blue 1, and blue 2, to be outlawed due to their links to hyperactivity in children. And Pennsylvania's ban is the most far-reaching because it targets 5 of the food groups and food coloring agents commonly used to give candies their bright, attractive colors, so forth and so on. So it's just remarkable to me. Again, I hate bans. I don't think bans work. But we're going to ban things like Oreos and Gatorade. But we allow cigarettes. We allow alcohol. I'm of the belief that, especially when you're an adult, you make whatever choice you want to make. Make an informed decision. If you want to eat or drink something that could cause harm, cause you to gain weight, become diabetic, could cause cancer, shorten your lifespan, that's up to you. You do you. I know this is right in Dawn's wheelhouse when it comes to supplies and additives and things that are good or bad for you. So I figured I would tee this up for you, especially since this is a local story, because Pennsylvania is trying to outdo California, it seems.
Good, because you know what? When you go to Europe, not just Italy.
She's a world traveler now. She's a world traveler. She's like, you American peasants.
Yes.
No, here's the thing. Other countries, other continents, they do not allow this stuff. So we were in Italy, and we're looking and we're looking at, because we go to what do they call them, the Comfort Stop, which is their version of a Wawa. And you look at their Oreos or their version of this. They have the same foods, but the companies make it differently. Do you know what I'm saying? Because of their restrictions, they don't allow this stuff. So why do our companies allow it? And then on top of it, some of this stuff, is it made in China? And other countries in Europe don't get it from there? Yeah. These are all my questions.
I'm all for the good intent and the good nature of humans being healthier. But, to me, this is one of those things where I don't want, and I hate the way the system operates. They give you all these foods filled with processed ingredients. You end up sick, then you're on medicine, and then you're at a doctor, and Big Pharma gets involved, and they profit off of your sickness. I hate the whole cyclical nature of the way they basically poison us. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'm all about free will, free choice, and your ability to say, all right, if I eat this Oreo, or if I go get this hoagie with processed meats, or if I smoke these cigarettes, or if I drink this vodka, it might have an adverse effect on me. But give me the ability as a competent adult with a functional brain to decide what I want to do and put into my body. That's the way I view it.
I agree with you, but the difference here is that these are foods that they target kids. In other countries, these foods are like they were here in America back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
They're putting these potassium bromate, brominated vegetable, all the stuff they're putting in there that nobody knew.
Mm-hmm.
So they're the secret ingredients.
Well,
that other countries have the same product with just, a few ingredients.
So a lot of these items obviously are geared more towards children or adults that have no good palate and can't find good food because they're Medigans. But if you're a child, then isn't this up to the parents to be the informed one and say, you know what? No, I don't want my kids in the snack drawer 4 times a day.
Okay, but I don't even. Okay, I never had this stuff. Larry might buy it, and then I throw it away, and we have, you know what I mean? Like I sneak it. But I'm just saying. I didn't even think that they caused cancer. We knew about the hyperactivity.
Everything causes cancer. Come on.
Behavioral issues, damage to your DNA.
No, boy.
Harm to your nervous and endocrine.
Cool.
What's endocrine?
Yeah.
Diabetes.
Yeah, I have that.
Right?
No.
Endocrinology.
No,
endocrine.
No, I don't. No.
And reproductive systems
that's
as
fine.
well.
I don't need any more kids. I'm good.
Our food is poisoning us.
Yeah.
Who benefits from that?
Big Pharma.
There you go.
Yeah, I hate the system. I just like to have the choice to, and also, when you look at some of these products, it's like I'm aware that to keep certain things, a shelf life longer, they put all sorts of processed garbage in it. And that's why some items can last 2 years, others spoil in 5 days.
And that's true.
Yeah. So
it's our own fault that we want this stuff. We want the bread. In other countries, they make it, everything's fresh.
Yeah, we have to go.
All right. Coming up next, we'll find out today in music history who won Twitter today, and also what's on tap for the Dawn Show, because Dawn is back.
Woohoo!
And a nice job out of Kathy Barnett in her absence. Final segment coming up next. Stay right there.
Yes. Let's talk about my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. You know me by now, that I've got to be comfortable with the people coming into my home for things like maintenance and repairs. You get that with Carrie, Bill, their entire AMC team. They have a wealth of experience. They're dedicated to their field, and they are true professionals. At AMC, they take such pride in their work, and you can see that. They believe in delivering high quality at a fair price, and they're going to work until that job is done correctly. I think one of the testaments to the quality of their company that I saw is that the same great crew, by the way, many of them served in our U.S. military. They believe in hiring military and our veterans. They've been together for years, and there's not this quick changeover all the time. I think whenever you see somebody like that and you watch them and they're working together with such pride and dedication, that's a testament to the company and the real philosophy there. It also stands out to me. I always ask this now. Do you earn commission? Because you don't think that. You hire somebody to fix something. Did you know that sometimes they're also a commission salesperson? See, you don't want that. And with AMC, their technicians, the fix-it people, they're not on commission. That's an important question. No matter who you hire, educate yourself on this. It's a huge issue. And you can trust that at AMC, they're going to make the proper repair. They're going to install the appropriate system for your home. And they keep to their schedule. They're respectful. So do this now. You want to get this on the calendar to make sure that your air conditioning is ready to keep your home cool for the upcoming warmer weather. Call my friends, Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Get the spring tune-up now at an awesome discount. AMContheweb.com. 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 Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Medication? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around. And I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal Company on a Thursday morning, getting set to hand off the baton to the Dawn Stensland Show at the top of the hour, and we find out what Dawn has lined up just about 8 minutes out.
Yeah, oh my gosh, there's so much breaking. I mean, Joe Biden's coming to Philadelphia today. Will the entire Kennedy clan be there up against RFK Jr. right here in Philadelphia? It's a showdown. Will RFK Jr. show up? That's another question, because he has done that in the past. So this is all breaking here. We also have some usual, some of our friends showing up. I know Betsy Brantner Smith. There's a lot of news involving law enforcement today. So we want to get Betsy's. She's National Police Association. She's going to sound off. Nate Benefield, he's going to talk about, he's Senior VP at the Commonwealth Foundation. So he'll talk about what's going on as far as Shapiro's budget and Pennsylvania. But where's Kevin? Where the alleged bad Boyle brother, is he going to turn himself in? Will it happen during the Dawn Show, the Dom Show, the Zioli Show? There's so much going on, and of course, we'll talk about Italy. I'll give some secrets away.
Okay.
We'll talk about Italy.
And you're going to talk about how you clean out your van as well.
I mean, can you believe? I'm so embarrassed. I started cleaning. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. All right, Dawn Show, 7 minutes out. Let's wrap up today with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 18th, we celebrate the birthdays of Mark Tremonti from Alter Bridge and Creed, as well as Greg Eklund, the Everclear drummer. Singles include Jammin' Me by Tom Petty, as well as In Too Deep by Genesis, both from 87. In 92, Def Leppard's record Adrenalize hit #1 in the U.S. In 85, Wham became the first ever Western pop act to have an album released in China. And Headbangers Ball, yes, Headbangers Ball premiered on MTV on this day in 87. Also, to the person on YouTube yesterday that said comparing Fish to Judas Priest is apples to oranges, you're actually right. One band has talent, the other doesn't.
Oh.
Yes, I doubled it down. And lastly, I got another Rolling Stone story for you on this day in 96. Gavin Rossdale, the lead singer from Bush, was on the cover. Instead of praising the band in the article, they called them Nirvana wannabes. Gavin's response, they asked, why won't anyone take me seriously? Well, 6 or 7 million people have our record, so that's at least a few people that don't hate me. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Nice work, Philip. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's taken on a life of its own.
It has.
Very good.
It has.
All right, let's wrap it up with who won.
Phil's Corner.
Phil's Corner. We'll just give Phil the last half hour of the show. Let's wrap it up with who won Twitter today.
Marcus Aurelius opens Twitter. He says, what's worse, coming to work dressed as a furry or coming in with open-toed sandals?
Oh, furry, hands down. It's not even close. I mean, come on now.
Throwback to you with your disgusting feet earlier.
Yeah, I went back to the sneakers today.
I know,
No
I see
sandals
that, I
today.
see that.
Sandals will be back out next week. And by the way, 61% of people agree with me. Trump should be compensated for his name, image, and likeness. So I'll just take that victory and head on home now. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your day. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. And as the binder would say, around 2:30 each day.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Join the Delaware County Link to Aging and Disability Resources for a Wills and End-of-Life Planning information session featuring guest elder law estate planning and real estate specialist Dana Breslin of Breslin, Murphy & Roberts and other legal professionals to present and assist with the first steps of creating wills and estate planning and for Q&A sessions. The event will take place at Redwood Community Center on April 29th from 1:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. Call 610-499-1978 to register today.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host